Ready? Good evening, everyone. We'll call. Thank you. We'll call tonight's meeting to order. Do we have a closed session report?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Let's see, Mr. City Manager, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Be my pleasure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter. Here. Councilmember Luevanos.
Here.
Councilmember Judge.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Here.
Mayor Mashburn.
Here.
We welcome you to the Simi Valley City Council meeting. We are enjoying the good news that positive COVID cases continue to decline in Ventura County. Simi Valley businesses need your support as they recover from the pandemic, so please support them as much as possible. We do want to provide a reminder to continue to wear masks, use hand sanitizer, and wash your hands often. We also remind the public that COVID vaccines are available to all persons aged 12 and over. The City Council continues to hold our council meetings virtually. However, there are still opportunities for the public to participate in this council meeting. The public statements are received via Zoom. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to register no later than 3:30 p.m. today if they wish to speak via Zoom. Written comment are also accepted by email. Those emails have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening.
Once again, the city thanks you for your patience during this COVID time. During this local emergency, the city continues to provide opportunities for the public to participate in the business of the city and for their voices to be heard. With that said, we can move on with tonight's meeting. Agenda review. Anybody have anything regarding the agenda? Comments? Nothing.
Mr. Mayor, we do have it supplemental to agenda item 4B. It is before you on the dais. They are errata document. It's an errata document of minor changes and text changes to the water management plan. So we'll have that before you this evening.
Okay, thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second?
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any manner on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Do we have anybody? Full house tonight.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, a proclamation declaring the week of May 16th through May 22nd, 2021 as Public Works Week. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. This evening's proclamation proclaiming Public Works Week reads as follows. Whereas public works facilities and services provided in our community are an integral and essential part of our citizens' daily lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as water, sewer, public buildings, streets, highways, and flood control, and whereas the health, safety, and comfort of the community greatly depend on these facilities and services, whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, construction, and maintenance depend upon the efforts and skills of public works personnel, supported by the public's awareness and understanding of the role of these public servants. Now for the week of May 16 through May 22, 2021 is hereby proclaimed Public Works Week in the city of Simi Valley to encourage all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing public works facilities and services to our community, and to recognize the contributions which public works personnel make toward our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Presented this 17th day of May, 2021.
Thank you very much, and we trust that you will pass on our appreciation from this council to all members of your team at Public Works. It's a great team, and we know that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D2, a proclamation declaring the month of May 2021 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, and Police Chief Livingstone is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the council. It's my pleasure to share with you proclamation for Motorcycle Awareness Month. In this day and age with distracted driving going on out there, it's just a good reminder to always be aware. It's hard to see motorcycles, and this is just a good time to remind everybody of that. Whereas motorcycle riding is a popular form of recreation and efficient transportation for more than 800,000 people in the state of California, and whereas the safety hazards of distracted driving, drivers not checking their blind spots or using their turn signals when changing lanes are of prime concern to motorcyclists, and whereas it is especially important that the citizens of Simi Valley be aware of motorcycles on the streets and highways and recognize the importance of motorcycle safety, and whereas the American Brotherhood Aimed Toward Education, ABATE, of California is an organization that actively promotes safe operation, increased rider training, and increased motorist awareness of motorcycles, and whereas it is important to recognize the need for awareness on the part of all drivers, especially with regard to sharing the road with motorcycles, and remind riders to make themselves more visible to others. Now, therefore, the month of May 2021 is hereby proclaimed Motorcycle Awareness Month in the city of Simi Valley to encourage both motorcycle riders and automobile drivers to unite in the safe sharing of the road to provide safe travel for all, presented this 17th day of May 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to ABATE for the work they do. They too are, in a sense, like first responders and the lives they save through their efforts.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 1D3, a proclamation recognizing May 21, 2021 as International Culture Day, and Samantha Argabright is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to read the next two proclamations. Whereas culture takes diverse forms and is embodied in the uniqueness of the identities of the groups and societies making up humankind, and whereas as a source of exchange, innovation, and creativity, cultural diversity is as necessary as biodiversity is for nature. And whereas in increasingly diverse societies, it is essential to ensure harmonious interaction among people and groups with plural, varied, and dynamic cultural identities, as well as their willingness to live together. And whereas care should be exercised so that all cultures can express themselves and make themselves known, including the freedom of expression, equal access to art and to scientific and technological knowledge, and the means of dissemination to support cultural diversity. And whereas creativity draws on the roots of cultural tradition, but flourishes in contact with other cultures, therefore, heritage in all forms must be preserved, enhanced, and passed on to future generations as a record of human experience. And whereas the preservation and promotion of cultural diversity is not guaranteed, and we must all make an effort to ensure that we celebrate the array of rich cultures surrounding us to affirm their continued preservation. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby proclaim May 21st, 2021 as International Culture Day in the City of Simi Valley to encourage all residents to celebrate the diversity of the residents of the Simi Valley community.
Thank you. I think it's so important that everybody realizes these aren't just words on a piece of paper called a proclamation. Simi Valley practices, and that's evidenced by the Cultural Arts Center and the cultural events that they have there, celebrating the different cultures and bringing them together. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D4, a proclamation declaring the month of May 2021 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and Samantha Arkwright will present this proclamation as well.
Whereas the month of May was chosen as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to commemorate the anniversary of the May 10, 1869 completion of the first transcontinental railroad, built with the backbreaking labor of nearly 20,000 Chinese immigrants. And whereas President George H.W. Bush signed a bill passed by Congress to extend the first 10 days of May as Asian Pacific Heritage Week to a month-long celebration, and the month of May was officially designated as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in 1992. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders represent over 10% of Simi Valley's population and include devoted community members who serve as artists, business owners, educators, healthcare professionals, lawyers and judges, clergy members, first responders, and military personnel. And whereas in the midst of a difficult and painful year, the city of Simi Valley reflects on the tradition of leadership, resilience, and courage shown by the Asian Pacific American community and the struggle for equity. And whereas the efforts, resilience, and contributions of Asian Pacific Americans can be seen in every aspect of society and have played a pivotal role in America's history. And whereas we celebrate the achievements and contributions of Asian Pacific Americans that enrich our history, society, and culture, we must also acknowledge the injustice that most recently manifested itself in attacks on Asian Americans related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas today, more than 20 million Asian Pacific Americans live in the United States and through their actions make America a more vibrant, prosperous, and secure nation. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in the City of Simi Valley to encourage all residents to celebrate the rich heritage of the Asian Pacific American community and work to combat racism and xenophobia.
Thank you. Once again, the Asian Americans contribute so much to our country and so much to this city. And it's a very positive contribution that they make, and we appreciate that. And it speaks so highly of the diversity of our city and the direction it's going, and certainly appreciate the Asian Pacific community.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during this public statements item 2 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. We have 4 people who are registered under item 2. The first speaker is going to be Sharon Porter. Sharon Porter, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sharon Porter. I live in Simi Valley. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. The Simi Valley Youth Council comprises of students in grades 7 through 12. The students on this council understand and participate in our civic system and plan and organize events such as the Dangers of Vaping event that happened on April 30th, 2021, and the virtual Youth Employment Service Job and Career Expo that occurred from April 24 through April 30, 2021. I would like to encourage the Simi Valley City Council to appoint Councilwoman Elaine Lister to be on the interview and nomination panel of the Simi Valley Youth Council. Councilwoman Lister has the temperament, wisdom, and experience with kids to be the right choice for the nomination. Councilwoman Lister serves as the City Council representative on the Simi Valley Education Foundation. The Education Foundation strives to preserve, promote, and improve education in Simi Valley. She has served as PTA president and other PTA positions in the Simi Valley Unified Schools District, where she volunteered to lead the school and children well. She personally has 5 children, where most have graduated from Simi Valley high schools. 3 of her sons have earned Eagles with community projects completed in Simi Valley from Scouts of America. I looked up the character traits of an Eagle Scout. As an Eagle Scout, You must demonstrate trustworthiness, loyalty, helpfulness, friendliness, courtesy, kindness, obedience, cheerfulness, thriftiness, bravery, cleanliness, and reverence. You must also demonstrate leadership by leading well and leading by example, perseverance, and commitment. These character traits make you a person of strong character. It also requires significant effort and support, which I am confident Councilwoman Lister provided for her three sons. She is a role model and example with great leadership and participation in youth activities for our community and her own children. Councilwoman Lister is the kind of role model I want for my children and the children of Simi Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Paulamari Young. Paulamari, please unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me now?
I can. We can.
Oh, good. So thank you. My name is Paula Marie Young. I live in Simi Valley for over 35 years. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you who are serving on the City Council. Thank you. I'm sure it hasn't always been easy or fun. I'm speaking today in the hopes that you will appoint Councilwoman Elaine Lister to serve on the interview and nominating panel for prospective returning Youth Council members. I think Councilwoman Lister has such a friendly, calm, and approachable demeanor that she would work well with our youth. She sets a good example on how to get along and how to work well with others. This is a skill that our future leaders need and need to see. Besides being a councilwoman, she served twice as PTA president for Justin Elementary, served as the performing coordinator for the Simi Community Christmas Program. She served on the board of directors for the Simi Valley Educational Foundation and is currently a member. All of this and more, by the way, while raising 5 adopted children. I've personally seen her around young adults and she is terrific. And lastly, Councilwoman Lister is the type of leader who would consider diversity of students to serve on the Youth Council. Thank you again for letting me share my comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Rocky Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I also am going to talk about Elaine and having her appointed to the position of interviewing applicants. I'm a resident of Simi Valley in District 4, and I'm also a participant on the board of directors or the board of the Youth Employment Services. I'm not speaking in that role tonight, but I want to express that as my evidence that I'm in touch with the Youth Advisory Council and the youth activities of the city. And I really want to say thank you to the city. I'm new to the position, but it's impressive how much staff time and budget has been dedicated to supporting the youth of our city. And I really wanted you to consider appointing Elaine Lister to interviewing the incoming advisory council. I think she would do a fabulous job. As mentioned by the previous speakers, she does a great job with our youth and a great job for our city. So thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Stacy Vanderschaaf. Stacy, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Vanderschaaf, and I am a Simi Valley resident. I'm glad that our city has a mechanism in place to encourage our youth to learn more about the civic process. It's really important for them to know how everyday citizens and not just elected officials play a role in shaping and determining how our city functions. I think the Youth Council has been an effective and positive force for Simi Valley. It has really impacted the number of young people who are interested in how our local government works and their role in it, even as young people. So as such, I am speaking today in the hopes that you, our city council members, will appoint Councilwoman Elaine Litster to the interview and nomination panel for our youth council. I have witnessed Councilwoman Litster engaging with our local students, and I think her approachable demeanor and enthusiasm make her an ideal person to serve on this panel. I appreciate her experience as a high school music teacher and all of the assistance she has provided to students working on community projects. Councilwoman Litster is the type of leader who recognizes the advantages of the diversity of students who are currently serving on our youth council and the many ways that this diversity benefits all the residents of Simi Valley. So I hope that you will consider Councilwoman Litster for this appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no further speakers under item 2.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A1, selection of 2 City Council members to serve on a selection committee to interview applicants and nominate a representative for the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee. And Kelly Tinker will be presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. I don't even have to move seats. The City Council is responsible for the nomination of a city representative on the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee. The role of the APCD Advisory Committee is to ensure that private citizens, industry, health and environmental organizations, and government agencies have an in-depth forum for the discussion of APCD rule development activities and other air pollution concerns. The committee provides the APCD board with recommendations on rule actions and general air quality issues pertinent to the county. The city is currently represented on the committee by Ms. Alice Sterling, whose term expired on January 5th, 2021. Staff was directed by City Council to open a recruitment to fill the position, and Ms. Sterling will remain the city's committee representative until she is replaced or reappointed. On March 24th, 2021, staff initiated a recruitment for the replacement of the city's representative on the APCD Advisory Committee. Recruitment efforts included a press release, cable television public service announcements, articles in the City Focus newsletter and the Economic Development Business newsletter, social media shares, and a post on the city's website. A total of 2 applications were received, and it is anticipated that no more than 1 hour will be needed to complete the applicant interviews. Staff is recommending that the City Council select 2 council members to serve on a selection committee to virtually interview applicants and nominate a representative for the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? Okay. Time to select. Any volunteers? I will be one volunteer. Okay. Anybody else? So I need a motion to approve council members.
I move to, oh, go ahead.
I move to approve Mayor Mashburn and Councilman Judge for to conduct the interviews for the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A2, selection of 1 City Council member to serve on the interview and nomination panel for returning youth council members. And Kristen Ticknack is here for this presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Youth Council is comprised of 21 members and 3 alternates in grades 7 through 12 who advise the City Council on issues of concern to local youth. The next regular term of appointments is scheduled to commence July 1st. Up to 9 of the 24 Youth Council members may be selected for reappointment. 17 Youth Council members are eligible for reappointment. Therefore, it is estimated that approximately 2.5 hours will be needed to conduct the interviews. Councilmember Luevanos most recently served on the interview panel, or the interview and nominational panel last June. It is recommended that the City Council select one City Council member to serve on the interview and nomination panel for prospective returning Youth Council members to fill up to 9 positions on the Youth Council. The panel will also include the Youth Council Coordinator and up to 2 non-returning Youth Council members. Those members recommended for reappointment will be eligible to interview the new Youth Council applicants following the subcommittee's nomination. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Elaine, yeah.
Actually, I just wanted to volunteer to be considered, and I just wanted to say thank you to Sharon Porter, Paula Marie Young, Rocky Rhodes, and Stacy Vandershot for such kind words. I'll be honest, I was a little embarrassed, but I just wanted to say thank you for those very kind words. I recognize that the current youth council is amazing, all of them, and the thought that those 17 can't all return is actually kind of sad, because they really have all been so outstanding, and so actually I think it will be a very difficult discussion and event to have those interviews. But anyway, I just wanted to volunteer for that opportunity and say thank you.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Those who are chosen to return will interview the new people that would be chosen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Along with the council member, or just the ones who are returning?
Just the new. So it's only the youth council members that actually do the interviews for incoming new.
I'm curious to know, we talked a lot about diversity and International Culture Day. How many Black and Latino students have we had serving on the youth council?
Serving on the youth council right now?
I don't know if we have that information. We can certainly provide it to the
Yeah.
council.
Okay, I would like us to make a more concerted effort in reaching out to those communities, because I haven't seen them represented on the youth council. And it is important to have those voices there, to have diversity of voices. And there is diversity on the youth council, but I haven't seen any Latinos or Latinas. I haven't seen any Latinx. I haven't seen any Black youth council members in the time that I've been involved with the youth council. And I would really, truly like to see some diversity, seeing as how especially the Latino population is the fastest growing population in our schools, in our elementary, middle, and high schools. I would like to see that our youth council is a more accurate and authentic reflection of the community. And so that is what I would ask to ensure in making sure that we have a youth council that is truly reflective of our community. And like I stated, I don't know, I didn't have time to research, but I would like to know if that would be part of the consideration.
And let me just, for the Brown Act, I mean, the only reason that you could talk about it now is if the person to being selected from the council would have, input on that, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be tailored towards that.
Yeah, so I guess, can I ask Councilmember Litster a question then? Because I know she volunteered. May I, Mayor? I don't know if that's in parliamentary procedure or not. Because I would like for you to have the opportunity to interview. I know I did it last time, but just to be conscientious of that effort to ensure that we have an accurate reflection of diversity in our city.
And to respond, of course, it's critical that we have a very diverse and representative group for the youth council. Of course, keep in mind that my responsibility would be literally to interview with Ms. Tignac and the couple other youth council members that are graduating, shall we say that, to make the selection from those who have already served. And so there wouldn't be an opportunity in that interview to change the diversity beyond the 17 that are interviewing. So I guess, of course, diversity is important. So yes, I completely concur that it's important that we have a representative body, but I just want to make it clear to those who might be listening that really the interviewing that I would be involved with at the moment would be simply those members, if I'm not mistaken, but those members who are currently serving and would like to return.
No, I am well aware of that, but I would like that to be considered, because I know for a fact that there were Latino and Latina and Black students who did apply for youth council in the past, but they haven't been chosen. And so if that would be part of your consideration in choosing returning members.
If it could be part of it, of course, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have a question, if you can answer it, and don't feel obligated to if you don't have the answer. But within the schools, how do you reach out to obtain applicants for the youth council?
So currently how we promote is they have applications at the schools, they read announcements, it's in their student and parent newsletters. Teachers that are also very active involved will promote youth council as well as the current youth council members will get up at numerous times during the year to talk about different upcoming events, and they talk about if they're interested in joining the youth council. We currently have had many prospective youth council members attending our meetings that are online, which, actually we've seen quite a few in attendance. So we usually have a lot of candidates that apply, so.
Okay, so the word does get out. Yeah. As far as you're aware, of course, it could be looked into for improvement, but thank you. I just wondered, we're not excluding anybody.
No.
And it's not a select group. It's a application generated. Okay.
Mayor, along those lines, may I ask a question?
Yeah,
May I ask another question, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any outreach to, say, the communities that are specifically involved with these two groups, with Black youth and with Latino youth, like Ballet Folklorico, like the Aztec dancers, like the faith communities, American Heritage Girls, the youth-oriented entities in the city that tend to be more involved with Black and Latino youth, besides just the schools? Is there any outreach to them, or is there a possibility of doing outreach to them so that they can be more involved?
Yes, they should be hit at each school, because if they're part of the Simi Valley Unified School District, they'd be getting the information. We also have had members of the street outreach team for Ventura County, which serves, all different types of populations, but, they're also helping get the word out too, so.
And I'm asking because we have a number of service-oriented organizations in the city. We have Simi Code Red.
I
and
guess
we
I
have,
do have, at this point, I probably have to get in again and say for the outreach, it just wasn't briefed that way on the Brown Act, so.
Yeah, I think we're to the point now, Councilmember,
Okay.
where we need to go forward with the agendized business, and then the outreach could be a different subject.
Okay, then I would like to volunteer as well to interview.
Okay, so currently we have 2 volunteers for the one position. Are there any others that would like to volunteer? Or, all right, my question should be, either of you two, would you like to volunteer?
I think it's one of the more fun appointments and interviews that we get to do, so we get a lot of people interested in it.
Okay, looking for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to appoint Councilmember Lister to the interview board.
I'll second, since Ms. Luevanos did it last time. That's what we-
Okay, we have a motion and second.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3B1, presentation by District Attorney Eric Nazarenko on criminal justice issues affecting Simi Valley, and to brief the council on priorities of the District Attorney's Office. And City Manager Gabler will be introducing the presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to introduce District Attorney Eric Nazarenko for the City Council. The District Attorney would like to introduce himself to the Council, take an opportunity to gather information concerning criminal justice issues that the City Council may be seeing in Simi Valley, and to just brief the Council on the District Attorney's Office and his priorities, and maybe take some questions. So with that, I will turn it over to the District Attorney.
City Manager Gabler, members of the City Council, Mayor Mashburn, and Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, as well as Chief Livingstone. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. I want to acknowledge and thank your supervisor, Supervisor Huber, for supporting my appointment as your district attorney. I know he has a long track record of service to Simi Valley in the East County, and I want to acknowledge Supervisor Huber at the beginning of my remarks. To give you a roadmap, I want to talk about 4 areas. To begin with, hate crimes, a very important and timely topic. I'd like to also talk about our Family Justice Center and the services it is providing to Simi Valley residents. I would also like to talk about mental health reforms, both in my office and what I am proposing for the criminal justice system here in Ventura County. It is, after all, Mental Health Awareness Month. And I'd also like to talk about crime trends that we are seeing in Simi Valley. Chief Livingstone and I had a conversation over the weekend, and we have been in touch over the past couple months. So I want to give you an update in particular on some property crime trends that we are seeing. To begin with, hate crimes. In 2020, throughout Ventura County, we had presented to us as the district attorney's office 4 potential hate crimes for filing. Of those, we actually filed 3. Now, in the first 4.5 months of 2021, we have received 5 hate crimes for filing, and we have actually charged 4 separate individuals. So already in the first 4.5 months of 2021, we are seeing a disturbing increase in hate crime filings in the county. And I attribute this to the following. I do believe, given how topical this matter is and how critically important, that consciousness around this issue has been raised. And by raising consciousness, that leads to greater reporting. It leads to greater education about the nature of hate crimes. And ultimately, that results in more cases coming to us from throughout the county for potential charging. I want to distinguish for City Council as well as for your viewers what is a hate crime incident versus what is a hate crime itself. And I'll give an example. If somebody is in a moving vehicle and they flip off somebody who is of a protected category by sexual orientation, national origin, ethnicity, race, or religion, and they yell out the window something disparaging, despicable, ugly, racist in nature, that itself is a hate incident. Now take that same set of facts and circumstances. If somebody is in that moving vehicle and they now throw an object at another moving vehicle with an occupant inside, that now rises to the level of a hate crime because the origin, the basis of the crime itself, we believe was substantially motivated by the sexual orientation, national origin, race, ethnicity, or religion of the occupant of that car, and then attached to that statement of racial animus, bias, and discrimination is an actual crime, that is throwing an object at a moving vehicle. So I just want to share with council as well as your viewers that distinction. And obviously this is something we will continue to monitor, watch, and closely follow. Now, you may be aware, I'm sure most of you are, of our Family Justice Center. It is located across from Ventura County Medical Center. It is strategically across from that hospital because oftentimes people unfortunately are hurt, they're traumatized, they suffer physical or mental injury, and then they need services. They need to go to a one-stop shop, and through the support of the county, your council, and others throughout Ventura County, we have the Family Justice Center, which consists of approximately 15 both county agencies and nonprofit providers. Now, within the Family Justice Center, individuals can receive, for example, hotel vouchers if they're unable to go back to their home because their abuser may reside there. They can get assistance in terms of seeking reimbursement for medical expenses. And the most common item that people come to the Family Justice Center for is restraining orders. That is, getting a judge to sign a restraining order that prohibits an individual from coming within a certain distance of a victim or making telephonic contact with them, through social media, or through any other type of communication. I want to share with you some statistics specific to Simi Valley that you may find of interest. For the last year, so from March 2020 to April of 2021, 360 Simi Valley residents visited either in person or virtually, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Family Justice Center. And I'd like to share with you a little bit about those 360 individuals. The vast majority, 78%, were female, 24% were Latinx, 57% were white or Caucasian, 2% were African American, 5% were Asian, and 5% were of multiple ethnicities. The vast majority of the visitors to the Family Justice Center were between the ages of 25 and 59. As I mentioned before, most of them came to the Family Justice Center, that is 256, to seek a civil restraining order. Now, I say civil restraining order. If somebody violates that order, it can become criminal in nature depending on the contact and the proof of service. A disturbing statistic in looking at this data, 42% of those 360 Simi Valley residents had a minor child in the household. And then perhaps most telling for council as well as your viewers is that we ask individuals, what is the client, that is the victim's relationship with the offender? 75% of the victims have a dating relationship with the offender, are married to the offender, or the offender is a family member, either living in the household or known to them through a familial connection. So why do I emphasize this? Because it underscores what we see too often in our society, that we have just a deep problem with familial violence and intimate partner battering, as well as child abuse. When I became the district attorney, I went ahead and created a separate unit to handle domestic violence and child abuse cases because of the heightened need to bring urgent resources and attention and sensitivity to these cases. But I just want to point out these statistics about the Simi Valley residents who are utilizing our Family Justice Center. And then I'd like to pivot, if I may, to mental health. We had a mental health awareness video that Chief Livingstone and Councilwoman Lister participated in. Thank you for doing that. And as I mentioned, this is Mental Health Awareness Month, and it's an issue that's both professionally and personally very important to me. What I am going to do in the district attorney's office is create the first ever mental health unit. It will consist of 2 deputy district attorneys who will specialize and be dedicated to the area of mental health. Their task and charge will be to find alternative sentences other than incarceration for the mentally ill. Now, granted, there will be some instances where the individual is so dangerous or violent, they have to be confined. They have to remain incapacitated. But nevertheless, I think we all share a common goal of looking at the mentally ill differently than we did 5, 10, or even 15 years ago, with the objective being, how do we end recidivism among the mentally ill? And how do we also reduce the incarceration of those who suffer from mental disease and disorder, and give them psychiatric counseling, intervention, and support services? So I mentioned the 2 deputy district attorneys that will soon come on board for that undertaking, but we will also have, for the first time in the district attorney's office, policies and procedures that will help guide our office on how we treat those who interact with the criminal justice system. You have on East Los Angeles Avenue, as you know, the Ventura County Behavioral Health Adult Outpatient Clinic. It's doing a fantastic job. It's serving approximately, according to behavioral health, about 700 adults who have moderate to severe mental distress, everything from bipolarity to schizophrenia. But I think there's a deep acknowledgement, and I've spoken to Supervisor Huber about this, that there needs to be in the East County greater crisis stabilization resources, or crisis crisis stabilization chairs, as they are known. These are places where somebody who may be put on a hold can be evaluated and assessed for further hospitalization or care. Also, there's a deep desire, I know, on the part of the East County to have greater inpatient psychiatric units. That is, facilities wherein somebody can go and stabilize for several days, perhaps 72 hours or longer. Because as you know only too well, a great number of individuals who are put on hold in the East County are taken to LA County facilities. In some instances, we're able to find placement for them at Hillmont, the county's LPS facility, or Vista Del Mar. But oftentimes, because of either insurance issues or availability, that resource is not available. So my commitment to you, council, as well as to your viewers and your community, is to continue to work with Ventura County Behavioral Health, the police department, your city, and East County in general, to make sure that we can create greater resources for crisis stabilization and inpatient psychiatric care. As you know, you have Detective Brian Samples. Chief Livingstone has dedicated him for mental health cases. We have a strong partnership with him. And I believe in light of the mental health unit and the new policies and procedures, that will only deepen. So this will be an issue that I'd like to come back before you, perhaps in a couple months, to give you an update on, but it's one that's very important to me because we want to break the cycle of arrest, jail, re-arrest, jail again, because the whole idea here is we want to protect taxpayers' dollars. We want to make sure that people do not reoffend. And the most logical, cost-effective way to do that is through care and intervention when they have nonviolent tendencies and when there are no victims involved. I mention that because when there are victims involved and when there is violence involved, we have to look at it through a different lens, a different approach. And then I'd like to talk to you a little bit about property crimes. Chief Livingstone and I spoke over the weekend, and he mentioned to me that Simi Valley, like so many cities throughout Ventura County, is experiencing a rash of catalytic converter thefts. I've seen this. I spoke to the city of Thousand Oaks. That issue emerged in my conversations with that council. It has also emerged here in Ventura and elsewhere. But I want to share with you some property crime trends that I asked my staff to look at. And it's somewhat disturbing because it suggests an upward trend. So for 2019 through 2020, this is the calendar year pre-pandemic, we had 83 property crimes that were submitted to the district attorney's office for potential filing. Now, what that means is thefts from vehicles, cars that are stolen, individuals who are in receipt of stolen property, commercial burglaries of retail establishments, home burglaries of homes, that is, individuals who work in concert as part of organized retail theft. So that's kind of the categories that are encompassed in property crimes. So I mentioned 83 for the year prior to the pandemic. Now, for the same year ending today, that is May the 17th, 2020 through May the 17th, 2021, we had 114 cases submitted to the district attorney's office in those same categories: organized retail theft, receipt of stolen property, tampering of cars, stealing of cars. So, you know, just because there was a pandemic and things were sort of on hold, that doesn't mean there was less loss, less thievery, and less burglaries. Just the opposite. It appears that there has been an increase year over year. And I know that Chief Livingstone and the men and women of the Simi Valley Police Department and you and the entire city staff are looking at this carefully and seriously, as we are. But I just want to highlight this trend, make you aware of it. And obviously it's something that we'll continue to follow. And then lastly, an invitation to all of you in terms of community connections. I pledge to the board, and I want to pledge to you, that I want to continue to be a district attorney that engages and interacts with our communities. Chief Michael Jump, who's on this Zoom with me, he and I spoke to the Rotary Club of Simi Valley about 2.5 weeks ago, and we had the opportunity to speak to President Lynn Klein and the members of that club. And I want to continue to do that. If I'm unable to, my staff would be pleased to make that happen, because I just believe that when we educate, when we inform, when we let people know about the criminal justice system, the work of prosecutors, the work of police, and we make sure that we have deep engagement with communities. That is, we listen to them, we hear what they're saying, and we adopt changes accordingly. I just think we're all better served as a county. So please take me up on community engagement as well as my staff. And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to address you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the district attorney from the council? Elaine Litster.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney Nazarenko. Appreciate your time and attention. And I did have a few questions about your presentation. Thank you. It was very thorough and much food for thought. Maybe questions in order of your presentation.
Sure.
You mentioned the statistics for hate crimes. You mentioned in 2020 4 potential, 3 actual filed. In 2021 to date, 5 potential, 4 filed. But this was the statistic for the entire Ventura County. Can you articulate what that is, if any of that, or what that is specific to Simi Valley?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. Those are adult cases, and they are not specific to Simi Valley, either the submittals or the filings. However, we did have a high publicity case involving a 13-year-old juvenile, which I'm sure Council and Councilwoman Lister, you're aware of.
Sure.
That involved some graffiti in a storm drain, and that was handled by an informal probationary process. But in terms of the cases that I cited in my presentation, those were adult cases, and they did not originate from the city of Simi Valley.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I appreciate knowing that. You cited the Family Justice Center and the services provided there, which was good to hear about that center, et cetera. And you articulated just how many cases are originated from Simi Valley, and mentioned statistics of 78% female, et cetera, all very good statistics to understand. I guess my question is, and you articulate too that you hoping to get other services in East Valley. My question is that really the best place for someone? I mean, it's a 45-minute, an hour drive to go to go to this Family Justice Center. Where locally could or should those same, or do they need to go to Ventura to make that happen? Could those? I mean.
Yeah, great question. You know, I should have emphasized in the pandemic, the vast majority of those 360 actually were able to interface with the Family Justice Center virtually. That is, they didn't have to physically come here, because it is, like you mentioned, Councilwoman, a significant distance. So, you know, what does it look like with the resumption of the economy and the opening of public doors? We anticipate that we will continue to allow individuals to apply for restraining orders virtually, or to receive help with reimbursement applications for hospital bills virtually. That is something that will not discontinue because of people being able to resume public activities. You know, we've talked about Family Justice Center services in Simi Valley. And what I want to make known to you, as well as your viewers, is we have a multidisciplinary interview center in Simi Valley. And this is a location where if somebody is victimized in Simi Valley, they can actually go and they can meet with resources. They can interface with a detective who may take a report or a narrative about their crime. They can also speak, if they're a victim of child molestation or sexual assault, with a sexual assault nurse examiner. So we have that service available actually in Simi, and it will continue. But, you know, the idea in terms of the Family Justice Center location, Councilwoman and Council, was we wanted to be strategically located from the main county hospital for all of Ventura. Because when somebody is released or discharged from hospitalization, they often need those services immediately, and they're able to go directly across the street. Now, I know that many of your constituents go to Adventist, and that poses a logistical challenge, but nevertheless, we do have that multidisciplinary interview center nearby, and we're going to maintain the ability for your constituents to access our services virtually.
Well, and that kind of leads to my final question, if I might. Because you talked about the need for greater crisis stabilization facilities here in East Ventura County, and I appreciated that because you were right. There really isn't anything that's they're being sent out of the county or elsewhere. And I guess my question is, do you have that authority? Is it your role? I mean, I'm delighted that you're involved and interested, but in my mind, this was a health. It has to do with our county health system. And so I'm glad to hear you're involved, but I just wondered what authority, what influence do you have? I guess that's, sorry, is that being too honest?
No, I think it's a great question. I guess I have a bit of a megaphone. Okay. That's what I'll tell you. Do I have direct authority? No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm a prosecutor and a DA, but my voice, as part of many other voices, I believe can help bring about change and momentum, which is why I talk about this. From the criminal justice standpoint, if somebody is in distress and there's a check the well-being or subject disturbing, and the police go to that facility and they need, after the person's medically cleared, to put them somewhere to stabilize them, that helps the criminal justice system in my office, because that person is now not coming in as a criminal case, but rather they are diverted to inpatient psychiatric care or crisis stabilization. And the same can be true, maybe they are in the criminal justice system, but they are released. I want to make sure that they have a discharge plan that includes outpatient, perhaps medication-assisted treatment, because otherwise, if they're just released without a plan, they're going to come right back into my prosecutor's caseload. They're going to come right back into the county jail. So I really think we're all in this together. I really see the mental health crisis we're facing as not simply a public health one or a prosecutor or a police officer. It's really all of us working in concert to bring about change.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate the statistics. I'm a criminal justice major and I love data. So thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I have a few questions. One of them is about the Family Justice Center. I know it's called the Family Justice Center, but can people get restraining orders against neighbors who have committed hate crimes or incidents? Or is it just for familial domestic violence?
You know what? Thank you, Councilmember Luevanos. I failed to mention that earlier. Let me clarify. We have expanded the Family Justice Center to include hate crimes. So what I mean by that is the Family Justice Center, we get in Ventura County 27,000 cases every year. We couldn't have the Family Justice Center provide services to every one of those victims. So historically in the past, the Family Justice Center would provide services to human trafficking victims, older abuse victims, domestic violence victims, sexual assault victims. Because of this upward trend, we've now expanded it to hate crime victims. So to directly answer your question, Councilwoman Luevanos, if an individual has been victimized by a hate crime, they too are eligible for counseling. They're eligible for potential crime victim assistance and reimbursement, and they're eligible for restraining orders. Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Do you have bilingual people on your staff?
We do. You can go to the Family Justice Center and receive assistance both in Spanish as well as in English, and that applies to restraining orders as well.
Okay, my other question, and I have a couple more, is about the victims of domestic violence. You said, if they go to the Family Justice Center, they can get housing vouchers and whatnot, but I'm assuming that's only for a couple nights or maybe even a week. Do any of these victims of domestic violence end up homeless, like living in their cars or, unable to return home? Because that impacts us as a city.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, certain cities, I was on the city council in Ventura for 7 years, and we have safe sleep programs in church parking lots. And, oftentimes that would be somewhere that a survivor would have to reside. We also have a 55-bed homeless shelter here now in the city. But to directly answer your question, I mean, we don't want to ever return a victim in the same household as their abuser. There's actually discussions right now, Council and Councilwoman Luevanos, to expand the Family Justice Center to include a housing component. There is space available very close to the facility, which would enable us to do that. We need some funds to make that happen. But to your point, we want to go ahead and, rather than 1 or 2 days, we want to make available longer term stays. And this would be one area in which it would happen. And then we also have in our faith-based community, and I'm sure the Samaritan Center where you are located is making these referrals and connections. But we have here, for example, the City Center, which went ahead and renovated a former motel, and it now serves to assist primarily families and women who suffered from domestic violence. So it's a patchwork of services. To more directly answer your question, we want to expand the Family Justice Center to include a housing component, but there's still more that needs to be done.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple more questions, Mayor, if I may. Thank you. My next question is, that's the statistics are quite jarring, and I'm wondering if your department can work with the school district to ensure that students with mental health issues, or you mentioned the mental health department awareness that you are creating, the mental health unit, and I'm very excited about that. I am a 20-year teacher veteran, and I work at a continuation school, so I deal with quite a few students, and we have quite a few students that are coming back to school traumatized from all the events of the past year, not just the pandemic, but I wanted to know if you would be willing to work with the school districts to ensure that students who have mental health issues are avoiding the school to prison pipeline.
Absolutely. I pledged to the Board of Supervisors that I would reach out to the city councils as well as the school districts. So you are the 4th city council that I've spoken to in as many months. I will do the same to the school districts. And I just want to share something with you, Councilwoman Luevanos, and members of the city council that I think is exciting. It's not specific to mental distress, but for the first time this summer, we will, with the cooperation of probation, be launching a restorative justice program in Ventura County, wherein we will have what are known as citizen mediation panels. And what that looks like is we actually will take somebody, a juvenile who may have committed a wrong, and we'll have them sit down in front of potential citizens, even the victim, so that the offender can understand what they have done through a rehabilitative restorative justice model. That may involve discussion, conversation, and dialogue. That is acknowledgement of the wrongdoing, how it impacted the victim, the community, and the family. This is a model that's based on Yolo County in Northern California, but this is a concept wherein you don't necessarily, take somebody and put them in juvenile hall, but rather you look at their impact to the community from both the lens of the juvenile as well as through the lens of the victim, so they can have a conversation, learn from one another, and in the process, hopefully rehabilitate, educate, and reform. So I'm excited to share with you this development. Now, in the area of mental health, I do want to share something with you, Councilwoman Luevanos and members of the council. We have, as part of our Family Justice Center, Camp Hope. 2 weeks out of the year, we take children who have experienced, witnessed, and been traumatized by violence in the household to a overnight camp near Big Bear. and they are given positive intervention and mentoring. They're able to go ahead and develop life skills. They learn how to sort of be in a positive environment with positive role models. I'd like to see Camp Hope not just be 2 weeks out of the year. I'd like to see it be 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, funding obviously being the main challenge. But this is one way in which we take this very vulnerable population that has seen crime in their own lives, and we let them see nature, we let them go ahead and also experience positive mentors and counselors. And I just want to mention that to you because we're going to go ahead and resume it this summer near Big Bear. It's been online the last couple of years, the last year, but it's also a very positive development.
Thank you so much. Just one last question. With regard to the property crimes, do any of these increase in, you mentioned the 83 property crimes in 2019, 2020, and the 114 currently. I'm just curious if any of these commercial burglaries coincide with PSPS events, because there have been times, and I know our police chief has been very responsive, and as our police department, but as you know, we have had more PSPS events than any other place in Ventura County, where we've just had almost the entire city shut down with no electricity whatsoever. So I'm just curious, because that definitely puts a strain on our police department, when they're having to patrol now, because, there's no electricity in most of the city.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know the level of detail. I could find that out. I'm just looking at year over year comparison. It looks like the increases were driven by more vehicle thefts. They're called 10851s. More burglaries of both commercial dwellings and home structures, as well as an increase in receipt of stolen property. Those are the main categories. So I don't know if there is a correlation between public safety power, shutoffs, and crimes, but if council's interested, I'd be happy to go ahead and take a look.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions of the district attorney?
May I ask one question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. District Attorney, for your presentation. It was very informative, and I really enjoyed hearing the areas that you're planning on concentrating in. But I have one really important question for Simi Valley. We have an empty building a little bit west of us called the Simi Valley Courthouse, or the East Valley Courthouse. I know at one time it had family services in there. My uncle was a bailiff, but that was taken away years ago. Is there any thought or idea on what you're going to do with that courthouse? Because if the county doesn't want it, the city will take it.
Family Justice Center, there you go.
The short answer is it has not come across my radar screen. I'm happy to go ahead and make some inquiries. I remember when I first started 13 years ago, it was an active courthouse.
Right.
We used to do jury trials there. That was kind of our overflow courthouse when the Hall of Justice here in Ventura couldn't accommodate more criminal cases. I just know that there have been chronic shortages at the state courthouse in terms of funding. Let me do this. Let me make a note to myself to see what the plan is, and I'd be happy to get back to you on that area. And I just wanted to mention something to council in response to the earlier question from Councilwoman Lister. Lyft, the ride-sharing company, has agreed to provide to victims of crime vouchers, which will allow them to come to the Family Justice Center. We developed a partnership through a deputy district attorney that at no cost to the victim will allow them, through a specific code that they're given, to have access from, for example, Simi Valley to the Family Justice Center and back. You may be the first people to hear about this because it just came to my attention last week, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you know that Lyft will now be providing services to victims of crime to the Family Justice Center, and they can go ahead and contact the Family Justice Center to arrange for those ride-sharing codes. And I'd be happy to get back to you on the Simi Valley Courthouse.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's a great question, Peter.
All right, is that it? We certainly appreciate your time, sir.
It's a pleasure, Mayor Mashburn, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3C1. Informational presentation by Youth Council members Abhishek Jagannathan, Mateus Broki, and Zainab Nimachwala.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. My name is Abhishek Jagannathan, and I am a freshman at Santa Susana High School. This evening, I will be joined by Youth Council members Zainab Nimachwala, a junior at Thousand Oaks High School, and Mateus Broki, a sophomore also from Santa Susana High School. We'd like to thank you all for allowing us to represent the Youth Council. And may I start by saying that this has been our busiest Youth Council term to date. With that in mind, Zainab, Mateus, and I will only be highlighting our most recent accomplishments in April and May, and announcing 2 exciting events we'll be hosting this Friday and next. First off, recruitment for the 2021-22 Youth Council term opened last month, which led us to seeing many new guests in attendance during our regular meetings via Zoom. On April 10th, working with the Cultural Arts Center, we kicked off the Simi Valley Multicultural Festival with the virtual music and movement from around the world event, followed on April 17th with a cultural couture, and on April 24th, a cultural cuisine event. These events showcased a variety of cultural traditions in music and dance, regional attire, and my favorite, food and cooking demonstrations. To end the month, on April 30th, we co-hosted a Take a Deeper Dive into the Dangers of Vaping with Bright Youth, sponsored by the Simi Valley Unified School District. In front of you, you will find the event swag items that were given out to all virtual event participants, which include face masks and hand sanitizer with a logo designed by the members of the vaping committee. The giveaways were paid for by a grant received by the school district for anti-vaping activities, and we also received gift cards to give out as prizes for winning and/or participating. It's not too late for a chance to win additional gift cards as well. Go to bright.link/novape to get your free login account started, and find 15 treasure chests and answer questions about vaping to be entered to win gift cards to Target and Starbucks. We would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, Deputy Community Services Director Anna Medina, and our Youth Council Coordinator Kristen Tignack for generously donating gift cards.
Good evening. As AJ mentioned, my name is Zainab, and I'll be recapping our events over the past 2 weeks of May. On behalf of the Mental Health Committee, for which I'm the chair, I'd like to thank you for proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Our prevention campaign this year included a wellness week designed to raise awareness of mental health resources, as well as decrease the stigma surrounding mental illness. Highlights of the week include our first release of a guided meditation session led by our very own Mateus Broki, who will be speaking next. To listen to this 10-minute session designed to help you relax and focus, go to the Youth Council YouTube channel. The Youth Council also worked with Royal High School graduate and current undergraduate at Laverne University to host Thursday Nights with Emma, which is a 3-week series of live webinars to help students with navigating the college application process and more. Additional webinar topics include time management, and coming up this Thursday, May 20th, Emma will be presenting on studying abroad during college.
Good evening. As Adrian mentioned, my name is Mateus, and I'll be letting you know about our upcoming events this month. This Friday night, May 20th, beginning at 7 p.m., the Simi Valley Multicultural Festival will conclude with Origin Stories. This virtual event will be live streamed simultaneously on the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Facebook page at www.facebook.com/svcac3050 and on Zoom at bit.ly/svmcfest2021. This last event of the festival will highlight the diversity found in the Simi Valley community as participants recount stories related to immigrating to the United States, cultural traditions, and family memories. These community members will be joined by Tina Orduno Cadron, a cultural bearer of the Gabrielino, Tongva, Chumash, and Yoeme descent, who will share indigenous stories and song, and Angelina Leaños, who will read 3 poems inspired from her Mexican-American heritage. A variety of local artists, and culture organizations and community members contributed material for all of the multicultural festival events. All past showcases are available for on-demand viewing at www.svvac.org/multicultural-festival. We're excited to announce that our 3rd annual Youth Council Talent Show is scheduled on Friday, May 28th, beginning at 7 p.m. via Zoom. We have 20 performances scheduled, ranging from vocal, dance, instrumental, bands, and more. A panel of judges will have the tough job of selecting winners in each category, and audience members will have fun selecting the People's Choice winner. To register for this free virtual community event showcasing local talent, go to bit.ly/YC Talent. We'd like to thank in advance Councilmember Litster and her son James for participating in the talent show's non-competitive showcase. Theirs is a duet you won't want to miss.
Our regular youth council meetings occur every first and third Tuesday of the month throughout the school year. Our meetings usually run from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. The public is invited to attend and provide input during the allotted time. Our next meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 1st.
On behalf of Mateos and Zainab, I want to thank you again for allowing us the time and opportunity to report on the activities of the Youth Council. And we are now available to answer any questions you may have.
Question to the council, the Youth Council, from the council.
I don't have any questions, but I think they're pretty amazing, and I think we should be watching out. Our seats are going to be taken over with outstanding youth.
Without a doubt, I've said it before, and at the recent town hall I was able to attend. Anytime you have any concerns about the future, all you have to do is go to a youth council meeting and look around, and you can see that we're in very good hands, and the future is very bright. So thank you very much.
Mayor, I just have one quick question. How can we best support you? How can City Council best support the Youth Council?
Well, that's an excellent question. Thank you, Councilwoman Aluevanos. Well, the Youth Council hosts many events, as we've described, just even in the past 2 months and coming up later in May. We host several events throughout the year, and especially this year, with everything being online, we've hosted many virtual events to help bring the community together. And I believe if any of the other youth council members would like to add, but what we really appreciate is just the promotion and support we get from the city council and Mr. Mayor, because that really is important to us for bringing the community together, as we really want to help solve these issues, and the city council support means everything to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think most of us up here, well, let me rephrase that. I'm sure all of us up here look at it as an investment in the future of the city and this country by investing in what you folks are doing. So thank you very much, and my seat's ready for you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 3C2, presentation by Christy Cañeda, CPA partner with Vasquez and Company LLP regarding the annual audits completed for fiscal year 2019-20. And Marvin Lopez is here to introduce the presenter.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, state law requires that the city publish a complete set of financial statements presented in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles and audited in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards by a firm of licensed certified public accountants. Our report for fiscal year 2020 is on the consent calendar later tonight. Financial statements provide information about operations, cash flows, assets, and liabilities that account for the government's management and use of funds. Financial reporting serves as a link between our government's financial information and our city council, creditors, and taxpayers. Tonight, our audit firm has joined us and will be making a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2020 annual report and related audits. Please welcome Christy Cañeta, partner at Vasquez & Company, LLC.
Thank you, Marvin. Good afternoon, Mayor Mashburn, and good afternoon, City Council members. I would like to confirm first if you can hear me clearly.
We can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will share my screen so we can go through together a copy of the presentation which we have for the results of the audit of the city. And just give me a few minutes to make sure that I have my screen shared with you. Can you see my screen now? Can you please confirm?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So it is very nice to follow an amazing report from the Youth Council. Now it's our turn to transition to a more technical presentation of the results of the audit of the financial statements and compliance of the city for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2020. It will be a quick presentation. I will go directly to the scope of services and the summary of audit results, highlighting certain financial information, and then the required communication to the City Council as part of ending the audit for the fiscal year. So let me go directly to the scope of services. Oops, I'm sorry about that. So similar to last year's scope of services, our engagement for this year covers financial statement audit, wherein we are required to express an opinion on the financial statements of the city. That includes our limited review of certain sections of the city's annual comprehensive financial report as well. And because the city, as a recipient of certain federal grants, the city is subject to the uniform guidance, or we call it single audit, during the fiscal year. As part of the engagement, we are also available to the city finance department for year-round consultation on matters of accounting and financial reporting. At this point, I would like to specifically highlight that as your external auditor, we are required to comply with the independence requirements of the government auditing standards promulgated by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and that we comply with that requirement, and that all the members of our audit team and representatives comply with the independence requirements, and that they are independent of the city, management of the city, and all employees, including the members of the City Council. I will go directly to the summary of audit results, and that is the very important part of this presentation. On the financial audit side, we are happy to report that we are expressing an unqualified opinion, meaning this is a clean opinion, the highest level of assurance that an auditee can receive in a financial statement audit. And because the city is a governmental entity that receives federal funds, we are also required to look at your internal control processes to make sure that you have those check and balances and then segregation of duties. And we are happy to report as well that as a result of our audit, we noted no material weaknesses and significant deficiencies in your internal control over financial reporting. With respect to the single audit, which is our audit of the city's compliance with the federal requirements related to the federal grants that the city receives, during the year, we have identified 3 major programs, which include CDBG grants, the Federal Asset Forfeiture Program, and the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which total expenditures of which comprised 29% of the city's total federal expenditures of $16.2 million during the year ended. The city continues to be classified as a low-risk auditee based on the federal prescribed criteria. And similar to our audit of the financial statements, we are also issuing a clean opinion or an unmodified opinion on the city's compliance with those federal requirements. There were no financial statement-related findings. However, in one of the major program, which is the Federal Asset Forfeiture Grant, we are reporting one finding which is required to be reported under the rules of the uniform guidance that has something to do with equipment management funded by federal grants. Before I proceed to the required communication, I would like to mention a few financial reporting highlights. On the government-wide basis, meaning this information pertains to the whole operation of the government, which include long-term assets and liabilities, the accounting basis of which is different from your budgetary basis of accounting or your accounting basis at the fund level. So government-wide, the city's overall net position increased by 10.3 million during the year ended June 30, 2020, from 349.7 million to 360 million as of the end of the year. The city's unrestricted deficit in net position decreased as a result of that increase in net position by 7.5 million to a deficit of 58.1 million versus a deficit of 65.6 million at the prior year end. Citywide expenses increased from 260.8 million in fiscal year 2020 from 156.2 million in fiscal year 2019. All this information are available and in your annual comprehensive financial report, which is available and distributed to you as well. The city's reported pension and OPEB liability as of June 30, 2020, the pension liability increased from 146.2 million or 146.2 million during the last year to 151.2 million as of the end of the 2020, which is approximately a 5 million increase. Other post-employment benefit liability increased to 48.8 million from the 38.2 million from the previous year, which is an increase of approximately 10 million during the year. At the fund level, on the governmental fund level, which is kind of a different basis of accounting as well, which is more similar to the budgetary basis of accounting. Your governmental fund expenditures increased in 2019 and 2020 fiscal year to 91.1 million from 88.3 million from the previous fiscal year. The city's general fund, which is the primary main operating fund of the city, the fund total balance increased by 6.3 million during the year from 46.1 million in 2019 to 52.4 million at the end of 2020. Of the 6.3 million increase, the 6 million was set aside by the city for the COVID-19 recovery fund. And this increase was 7.3 million higher than the projected budget deficit in the general fund of 1 million in 2020. So if you compare your budget to actual, that would show that that 6.3 million was greater than expected, as the city projected a budget deficit in that fiscal year in the general fund. The total enterprise funds generated net revenues before contributions and operating transfers of 4.1 million, while the sanitation fund and water fund generated 5.4 million and 1.7 million in net income before contributions, respectively. That net income generated was offset by the operating loss reported in the transit system operation, which was 3.1 million during the year. Meanwhile, the internal service funds reported a positive net position of 4.4 million, which is an increase of 2.8 million from 1.6 million in the fiscal year 2019. As your independent auditors, at the conclusion of our audit, we are required by professional standards to communicate certain items to you as part of the audit process. and that includes management's responsibility. We would like to reiterate that management is responsible for the preparation of the financial statements, including the accounting principles used and the application of those accounting principles consistently. Our responsibility as your auditor is to audit those information and express an opinion as to the fairness and reasonableness of those financial information. We are not aware of any consultations by management with other accountants about accounting or auditing matters. We also did not encounter any difficulties or disagreements with management during the audit process. Had we encounter difficulties or disagreements, we are required to report them to you. But again, we noted no such difficulties and disagreements. The city's significant accounting policies are appropriate based on a review and consistently applied. No significant or unusual transactions that are unusual or controversial in nature for which there is lack of authoritative guidance or consensus were identified during the audit process. We have proposed a few adjustments. Those adjustments, however, does not raise to the level of an issue in the internal control process, and management has recorded all those proposed adjustments noted during the course of our audit. No significant issues were discussed or subject to correspondence with management prior to our retention, and this is very important as we want to ensure that we are independent of management and the city as a whole. One important matter that we would like to reiterate is that a financial audit is not a fraud audit. We, however, are required by professional standards to perform inquiries of management and other staff to identify areas of significant risk that would require us to extend or expand our audit procedures or the scope of our work. Had we identify any of those high-risk areas, we are required to communicate them to you. And again, we identified no high-risk areas or any irregularities or risk of fraud during the performance of our audit process. Another thing that we want to communicate is that our audit is based on the information provided to us by management, and it is for that reason that management signs a management representation letter prior to the issuance of our auditor's opinion to acknowledge and confirm that the information provided to us are true and verifiable. There are a few accounting pronouncements that will take effect in future years. I included this in this presentation for informational purposes only. We don't anticipate any significant impact of these pronouncements will have in the financial statements of the city in the future years. However, we will provide assistance to the city in making sure that they comply, or the city's financial reporting processes will comply and able to capture all these changes in reporting requirements. And that ends my high-level presentation of the results of the audit. I will be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay, questions from the council?
I have one quick question, if that's all right, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation, very informative, and I must say that the CAFR document was very, very informative. Thank you, and very well put together and very instructive. And you referenced this, and this might be really a question more internally than it is for the audit, and so I'll be honest about that. In the summary of the CAFRA, it discusses and you referenced some of the areas of increase that we might need to be aware of. It does mention that a recent change in the discount rate and payment methodology for CalPERS pension fund will result in a 23.4% rate and payment methodology for the CalPERS pension fund, resulting in 23.4% increase in PERS costs. I guess, and I know that this is on the agenda in later on in, but I didn't want to pull it from consent calendar. I thought maybe this is just to quickly ask what that means for future planning financially for the city. Is there any reason to change our path, to be concerned? Obviously, we have to be careful. Just wanted insights on that. Is that a question, or is that appropriate to
I
ask
guess
now? or
as
should I
long
wait
as
till-
the audit firm can answer from their perspective, but the CAFR is, as you correctly point out, on a different part of the agenda, so.
Is that something that the audit firm, that Christy, that you might have a commentary on then?
Yes, of course, council member. That section of the CAFR is part of, I think, either the management discussion and analysis, which is a part of the management section in the report. However, your question has something to do with pension liability and making sure that the city is able to fund, I'm assuming in the future, the liability and to prevent further growth of that. The calculation of the net pension liability includes or based on certain assumptions that changes from year to year. One of the assumption is the consideration of the discount rate, or that has some, related in a way to the rate of investments return that your asset has with CalPERS. That changes every year. If the investments return goes up, that reduces the amount of pension liability. If the discount rate in terms of calculating your net pension liability goes up, that increases your pension liability as well. However, a lot of governmental entities resort to certain other financing structure to ensure that they fully fund their asset. At this point, we are your auditors, and we cannot provide you, to maintain our independence, we cannot provide you any guidance related to what has to be taken but this issue is not just a Simi Valley issue, but it is an issue that a lot of governmental entities has to deal with in the future as the liability increases over the years because of the benefit that you have to pay to your employees.
Sure.
May I add?
And sure.
I'm sorry, Christy, go ahead.
Go ahead, Marvin, please.
Oh, so to reiterate what Christy was speaking on, there's many assumptions that ultimately go into the net pension liability. And these assumptions are being evaluated on a perpetual basis.
Sure.
So as these assumptions are changing, our target is always changing. And as such, our strategy will continue to change. So we recently went through considering pension obligation bonds as an example. And as we move forward and our target changes, we will continue to bring those potential solutions to City Council as a way to meet the demands of the net pension liability in the long run.
Sure, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments, staff?
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment Mr. Lopez, Mr. Tony, on your audit. I know they can create a lot of additional work on top of your regular daily demands. So congratulations with no findings. That's a wonderful thing. So congrats to all of you and your department.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christy. We appreciate your report, and also staff for the fine job. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you as well. And I would like to especially thank the finance department. It was a very, very challenging audit last year as we have to perform our audit procedures remotely, but with the hard work of the finance department, they were able to provide us the request that we sent them in order for us to perform the procedures during this year's audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we get into the public hearings.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who are registered by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public testimony for item 4 for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 109.4.6, pardon. Agenda item 4A, a continued public hearing to consider initiated Simi Valley Municipal Code Amendments Z-S-754 to revise portions of Title IX for establishing regulations to allow beekeeping, apiculture activities in single-family residential and open space zoning districts, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and introduction of an ordinance. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1322, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley for Z-S-754, amending portions of Title IX of Simi Valley Municipal Code for establishing regulations to allow beekeeping, apiculture activities in single-family residential and open space zoning districts, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and Jennifer Santos is here for this presentation.
Thank you. We're ready for your presentation.
Good evening. I just wanted to reiterate, we were here on April 5th, and the item was continued, and we requested a continuance on in May, earlier portion of May. And tonight, Jerry Hiddleman will be presenting our changes that were recommended by the City Council. Jerry, are you available?
Yes, thank you, Jennifer, and good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. I'll start also by providing some background information. In response to community concerns raised over limitations placed on backyard beekeeping within the city, staff was directed by the City Council at your September 14, 2020 meeting to explore regulations allowing backyard beekeeping activities on smaller residential lots, to seek input from the neighborhood councils regarding this allowance. Then in, next slide, please. In October 2020, staff presented the draft text amendment language to all 4 neighborhood councils. They recommended approval of the beekeeping zone text amendments with the recommendation for increased hive setbacks from property lines. And then on February 17th, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the beekeeping ordinance with modifications that will be shown in some later slides. On April 5th, 2021, the City Council heard staff's presentation and continued this item to allow staff to make the following modifications. Consider different provisions that would provide additional flexibility for allowing bees on properties within the animal overlay zones. Also to adjust the proposed permit processes and fees to be more attainable for potential beekeepers. Now we'll go into the suggested modifications by the City Council. They include that no lot size requirement be required for properties located in the animal overlay zones, that the ordinance maintain the minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet for protection for properties outside the animal overlay zones. An administrative action and CUP application process was replaced with a zoning clearance with a $101 zoning clearance fee. And also that a 10-day public review period be enforced, notifying property owners within 100 feet of the property applying for the beekeeping activities. Also, that administrative public hearing be required if surrounding property owner objects, that no fees would be required for the requested public hearing to keep the fees down as requested by the council, and that a zoning clearance would stand if no public hearing is requested. Also like to mention that the proposed ordinance in your staff report reflects the council recommendations. So with that, staff recommends that the city council introduce the revised ordinance incorporating planning commission and city council revisions and approving ZS 754 related to establishing regulations to allow beekeeping activities in single family and open space zones. And before we conclude, staff would like to clarify something in the ordinance before we continue.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. On page 9 of your ordinance, item D1, beekeeping, standards for animals other than farm animals under the beekeeping. Item A needs to be modified, and I'm going to read it to the record. It should read, a zoning clearance within the A farm animal, L limited farm animal, and H horse overlay zoning districts on lots up to 3 acres is not required. We add in the language is not required. That's the only change to your ordinance. And now staff is available for any questions. I think Mr. Gibson would like to add something.
Okay, questions of staff? Councilmember Luevanos?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a couple of questions. The first question is, why is there no CEQA requirement for this?
This type of zone text amendment it qualified for notice of exemption under CEQA.
Okay, so no other cities that have a beekeeping ordinance went through the CEQA procedure?
Typically, when zone text amendments are done to municipal codes, it can be it qualifies as a CEQA exemption.
Okay. Thank you. My next question is about the fee required for public hearing. How much are the taxpayers going to have to subsidize this due process that's required by law? How much will this cost the city?
There will be no fee for the public hearing.
But there is a cost associated with that. Is that not correct? How much does it cost the city?
The next higher level of a item, which is the administrative action, that's currently a $2,020 fee, which one applies for, which is the application fee for the project, which includes a potential hearing.
So we will be subsidizing the taxpayers and the city and the taxpayers, and I do mean the taxpayers, will be subsidizing to the cost of $1,920 for this project?
We
For
will
each
not be
application?
recovering those costs, correct.
So that would be, well, and I'm saying subsidized because it is, it'll either come out of the general budget, which is contributed to by the taxpayers, right? Is that where the funding will come from?
Yes.
So that is my concern. That's my only concern with this ordinance, is that we're not, I take that back. I have another concern, but the requirement for us to recover the cost for the city, we cannot continue to subsidize, the cost of due process. That's unfair to the taxpayers. If we're going to do that, then this is something that we should put on the ballot and let the taxpayers decide whether or not this is something that they want to bear the cost of. I think we should, and we have raised our fees with regard to ensuring that we are recovering the actual costs of doing business in the city, and I think this should be no different. I really think that it's unfair to the taxpayers to not charge what the actual cost of the city is. That's a huge burden to the taxpayers, $1,920 for each application. Would that be correct?
Only for those that are contested, that would go to a hearing. So It's only those that are being contested.
Would that hearing, when you say public hearing, is it
It would be a staff level.
at staff level, which is?
That's correct.
So I question then a staff level hearing, does it come to that amount typically? Like, let me rephrase that. So what's the staff level cost of a hearing versus a public hearing here?
The administrative action application fee of basically $2,020, which includes a CEQA exemption fee, is averaged out for staff level hearings. Occasionally those get bumped up to a planning commission level, but in general those are staff level hearing, which are a lower cost hearing because the full planning commission level staff reports aren't prepared. It's more of a staff level approval.
But just let me clarify, but the staff doesn't get paid more. Staff are already on salary. They are called to be part of this hearing. This has just been kind of estimated that the amount of time is worth that much. Is that accurate way that was costed? I mean, are we hiring people to come in to do a special hearing? Am I missing something here?
No, it's our city staff time dedicated to this particular application.
Okay, so regardless of whether they're doing a B hearing, maybe 1 out of 20 applicants or whatever, or whether they're doing something else, that is a sunk cost, correct?
It is a sunk cost, but we're not recovering it for this application.
For this particular application?
That's correct.
Gotcha, fair enough.
That's correct.
So if we don't charge the actual cost for the fee, that it costs our actual stuff, then that would mean that staff would have to take time away from other services that they provide, I'm assuming, or that they would just have to take on additional responsibilities.
It's just in the line of applications that the city staff is processing.
I'm just concerned this is setting a dangerous precedent, that we have done an excellent job, and thank you to our city manager, Brian Gabler, for making sure that we have, in the past couple of years, made sure that we are charging what the value of the services that the city provides are in actuality, and that we're not subsidizing those costs or asking our taxpayers to subsidize those costs. And so that is my concern, is that, if we go down this slippery slope, and I'm not saying that, I work at a rescue farm with an organic garden, so I know the job that bees do and that they are needed, but I also want to ensure that this fee is covered and that we as taxpayers are not subsidizing that, because it's a slippery slope that we can go down if we don't actually recover the cost of doing this business. I also know, as a co-owner of a small business, that this fee is something that you include as part of your cost of doing business as a business owner. So it's not like it's taken off of your taxes. It's part of the cost of doing business is this $2,020 fee. So I'm just concerned that if that's too high of a burden for the people that are going into this business, that, is it a viable business? Is that something that the taxpayers should be bearing that cost? That's my concern. So I would like this to go to the actual, I would like this resolution to be the actual cost of doing the business for the application, because then, when are we gonna have other businesses that are saying, well, are you gonna subsidize us? Are you gonna lower our costs? And that's a hard sell for us to do as a city, to, go down this slippery slope. And that's my concern. And we do have a lot of people in the city that have allergies, that are concerned about, as you noted in the neighborhood council meetings, the concern was, and I'm asking this as a question, the concern from the neighborhood councils was the setback. Is that correct?
Restate that question.
The concern for the neighborhood councils, when this was taken to the neighborhood councils, one of the things that they wanted changed was the setbacks, right? They wanted larger setbacks?
Some of the comments were for larger setbacks, that's correct.
And that was, this ordinance was modified to include those larger setbacks?
The planning commission updated the ordinance to include modified setbacks.
And were any of those concerns related to health reasons, like allergies of neighbors and things like that?
I think there were just general concerns about issues with the bees next to people's properties. It could be allergies, backyard activities, things of that nature.
And I've gotten several comments. I mean, we've gotten several emails. I've gotten several emails and comments about people. And at the last time we spoke about this ordinance, there were public comments about people citing health issues. Is that correct?
There were health-related comments, that's correct.
And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that indicates to me that there probably will be a need for this $2,020 fee in case there is, concern about the safety of it. And I just want to make sure that that cost is recouped. I don't want to cut from other city services because we are subsidizing this one. So that's my only concern with this, is to make sure that we allow people who have specific health issues. And like I stated, I'm a Boy Scout leader and a Girl Scout leader, and I've worked at day camp and summer camp for many, many years in this city. And I'm the one that has to, carry the EpiPens or make sure that, we have the EpiPens for those kids who have severe allergies to bees. And that is my concern, but fiscal concern as well, to make sure we recoup our costs. Thank you.
I've got a quick question for you. Some time ago, we talked about hens in the yards. People, could they have hens or not? Do you recall, do we have a fee for permit to have hens?
Yes, the hen project is also a zoning clearance fee. It's currently $101.
How much?
$101, just like the zoning clearance.
Okay. Versus what we're looking at here is?
They're both the same fee.
Same fee, okay, okay. Because I don't, do you know if most people are raising bees as a business, or are they doing it as a hobby?
From what I understand, it's mixed. There's people that do it as a hobby to have their own honey, and as they become more and more experienced, then they start taking it to different farmers markets, or giving it to their neighbors, and it kind of grows from there, just like any other type of hobby. And then you have the ones that do it as a business. But starting out, people, from talking to different beekeepers, they do it for the love of it, and it takes a lot of time and effort and investment in it. So it's something not your normal resident, or that's going to take up, they're going to, it takes a lot of research and time.
Yeah. Does it take a lot of time, additional time, once approved, or once they put their hive in? Is there do we send inspectors out, anything like that, and verify? In other words, I'm looking for the cost analysis. And along those lines, how many permits are actually issued? Do you have any idea? Have we looked at projected what type of, how popular it will be?
From comparing our research to different cities like the city of Santa Monica and LA, only a few are issued a year. And over the years, some of these cities have had them in place for many years. Only a few complaints are made to the city. So it's not like a typical home occupation permit. There's going to be, imagine, few permits issued, and with that, few complaints. But that's just coming from research that we've done.
Uh-huh. Okay. Any other questions?
I did have one quick question. I just want to clarify, and thank you, Mr. Hittleman.
We can't hear your microphone. Can you move closer?
Maybe if I turned it on, that would help.
There you
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hittleman, for your clarification of what the changes have been in the history of this discussion. I wanted to make it clear, and maybe, Mr. Hittleman, you're the one to answer this. When this went to the Neighborhood Council, it was approved by all four councils. Obviously, there was some mixed voting, but it was all four approved it, and that was a measure at 8,000 square feet, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
8,000.
When it was at the Neighborhood Council level, they were looking at an ordinance that allowed beekeeping in backyards at 8,000 square feet, correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, so it wasn't until, and even that, at that point, it approved the neighborhood councils. It was when it went to the planning commission that they suggested a larger lot size, and it went to 10,000. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Just out of curiosity, was there ever discussion of 9,000 square feet or something? I mean, I'm just looking at the average lot size. Was there ever that discussion? Just a curiosity.
No, we try to keep it in line with our current matrix for lot size requirements.
That makes
for the
sense.
zone.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, and April 5th, wasn't it the consensus of the council to waive the fees?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me, but that was the case then, right?
right, to waive the administrative fees and come up with a more feasible fee for, such as a zoning clearance fee.
Okay, I hate to keep asking this, but other cities that when you did your investigating, what kind of fee schedule do they have? If you know, and if you don't, I'm good with that.
It didn't seem to appear to have fees in different cities. It was just
Yeah.
allowed it per their ordinance.
Okay. Okay, Dee Dee.
Well, you asked my question. I was going to remind everybody that we discussed the fee and asked for it to be lowered. We felt the 2,000 was too high. But then the other thing, I was just going to make another comment is from listening to some of the beekeepers themselves and then some of the staff report, 2 hives, they're not going to get rich on 2 hives. So the majority of it is going to be personal use, friendly use, maybe a small bit at a farmer's market. But if they really wanted to run a business, they're going to need more than 2 hives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know the Park District is offering certain open space for additional hives, so they can always go there if they want to add to it.
Right.
All right, thank you.
And we also have a conditional use permit requirement for more than 2 hives. So anybody that wants to come in for more than that, then that's a way of.
Mayor, I have one more question, if I may.
Yes, you may.
My question, I think is for legal counsel. What is our liability if we pass this ordinance tonight? What is our liability if, people go through the process and, they claim that they don't have due process or there is, their neighbors, do start beekeeping and there's an allergic reaction or, God forbid, even a death by neighbors of those who have beekeeping? What is our liability as a city?
Well, the general principle is that for zoning changes, ordinances of this nature, there is no liability, that we're immune from that. Now, if an inspector goes and does certain things and makes a mistake, that's different. But as far as just the general zoning rules, no liability should attach.
Okay, so if what would be the legal remedy if, a neighbor started beekeeping business and there was an allergic reaction by that neighbor? The recourse would be to sue that neighbor directly, and the city would not be involved at all?
In other words, let's say the person with the allergic reaction might have a cause of action or try to have a cause of action against the person who owned the beehive.
Okay,
But that would depend on negligence and other factors.
But we would have no liability as a city?
We should not.
Okay.
Mr. City Attorney,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
if I was at my home and I got stung by a bee and 2 houses up, the folks had beehives, would I be able to get serial number off the bee?
It's a difficult question, Mr. Mayor, which is why it would be a difficult case. So,
Okay. And I do have a lot of bees. I have no idea where they came from. But I like them. They're nice guys.
But if that did happen, that wouldn't preclude someone from including us in a lawsuit. Is that correct?
yes,
Regardless of
however,
whether or not they would win the lawsuit, they could still include us in the lawsuit.
but there is a general principle that we're pretty strong on enforcing, which is decisions in planning and land use, even ordinances, no liability, and the law will hopefully back up the city on that.
But it would still be a cost to us. They could still be included. Regardless of whether or not we would win or lose, that would still be legal counsel time.
We do get things like that, but they're pretty easily dismissed if there's no liability.
Okay, let's this time move. I think there's some public comments. Let's allow the public to speak.
Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council, we have 3 speakers on item number 4A. The first is Rocky Rhodes. And Mr. Rhodes, you can go ahead and speak. You can unmute yourself.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and Mr. Hillman, I wanted to thank you for putting such careful concentration and effort into making this decision I come at this this topic in an interesting way. I'm in the coffee business, and I travel the world. And one of the major crises, surprisingly from all the other things that are going on, is the amount of bees available for pollination of fruit trees. Now, in the Simi Valley and in Bridle Path, I don't have any coffee trees. I've not successfully been able to get them to grow, but I do have fruit trees here. And as a cross-pollinating plant, I welcome the neighbors putting up a hive so that we could actually get some oranges and other fruit growing in our yard. As far as the concerns about proximity to dwellings, I applaud the idea of moving 100 feet away, but at the same time, that is a sufficient roaming area for a bee. And in some of these countries I've been to, they were literally putting hives in the middle of the fields where the workers were working, and they were, it was like hazard pay to go out. So the fact that we're putting some careful consideration into where to put these hives and letting backyard enthusiasts do this and all of the neighbors get the benefit, I would highly endorse approval of this ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Jordan. She is calling in by telephone. Ms. Jordan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, members of the council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Teresa Jordan, Simi Valley resident. I have a letter to read into the record. My letter reads, Dear members of the council, I am still opposed to ordinance number 1322, CS 754, the Title IX Simi Valley Municipal Code amendments, and allowing beekeeping in the single-family residential zones. The lot size of 10,000 square feet puts beehives in my and other single-family residential neighborhoods with mixed lot sizes ranging from 7,000 square feet up to 18,000 or more square feet. A study of the number of single-family residential zones was not undertaken. A 10-day, not a 30-day, public notice is the rule. Applications will not be considered on a case-by-case basis. 2 beehives and thousands of bees are being allowed on a property. There is no guarantee that all beekeepers are good neighbors or knowledgeable in the ways of good beekeeping. Your September 14th, 2020 meeting's safety issue is no longer a priority. Members of the council, please note on April 30th, 2021, CNN posted a video, Texas man killed after bee attack while mowing lawn. The 70-year-old man was stung hundreds of times by Africanized honeybees. He made it into his house, went into cardiac arrest, then died. The sound of the lawn mower set off the swarm of 60,000 bees. On May 8th, 2021, CNN posted news of a Georgia woman was shocked to find at least 100,000 bees in her home for the second time. The lady has lived in her home 14 years, and in that time she has had to have bees removed from her home 4 times. A neighbor told her that the previous owners also had to have bees removed. Even though the County Board of Supervisors on March 19, 2019 directed the Planning Division to revise the non-coastal zoning ordinance to enable beekeeping in residential zones, to date the matter has not been agendized before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Members of the Council, from April 8th to 2009, from April 8th, 2019 to the present, statements from the dais have been made to protect pollinators. If you truly are committed to this, then please revisit your state and federal legislative platform to include protection of the monarch butterfly to help increase this pollinators' numbers. On April 27, 2021, the County Board of Supervisors adopted a policy to protect the monarch butterfly to support the planting of native milkweed and pollinator-friendly plants on county property and to support its listing as an endangered species. Members of the council, ordinance number 1322 must not be introduced, ZS 754 must not be approved, and Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code must not be amended to allow beekeeping, apiculture activities in the city's single-family residential zoning districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Lowe's. Mr. Lowe's, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. I actually don't see it. Here he is.
Good evening, City Council. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, my name is Michael Losi. I am a newer resident and homeowner of lovely Simi Valley here in the Royal Sycamore area. My background and upbringing actually goes back to the central San Joaquin Valley. My father is not only one of the hardworking farmers today providing for many of us, but also a beekeeper, helping my uncle with their family business operating over 3,500 hives up and down the state to assist in nature's process of pollination. With this experience, I can tell you that beekeeping is truly one of the most unique and misunderstood professions and hobbies today. When I heard about the public hearing by the Simi Valley City Council for this ordinance, I have never felt prouder to be part of a community that is embracing a solution to what is a world crisis. Bees are currently under threat from more sources than ever before. Pesticides, parasites, and a list of other reasons are decimating bee populations. From personal experience, when I was a freshman in college, I remember my parents being very distraught. Some things that some people may have heard of, colony collapse disorder, it's a phenomenon within the bee populations. Wiped out over half the population of our beehives. My parents didn't know how they'd be able to support me through college. Nonetheless, though, we made it through. But with that being said, these bees, they are responsible for pollination, moving pollen from one plant to another, which in return fertilizes and produces our fruits, vegetables, seeds, and so much more. This is honestly a very critical part of our natural ecosystem and global food supply. Honeybees are vegetarians that are collecting nectar for their young. Bees are inherently non-aggressive and will only defend if a nest is provoked or feel threatened. By approving this ordinance, we are making an already backyard hobby legitimate and legal, resulting in a much better and safer oversight of hobby enthusiasts and a better understanding of bees in general for everyone. I heard a story just on the previous speaker who mentioned of some very tragic incidences. What I think most people fail to realize is the average honeybee that is used for these purposes is a European honeybee, which is very non-aggressive compared to where you hear those tragic incidences of they're actually Africanized bees, which are not used by hobbyists. So please keep that in mind. And I was very thankful to hear that you guys did put so many considerations and on your recommendations on moving forward with this, such as the lot size. I think it's important for people to remember that this isn't going to be in high density areas. And also, it was kind of mentioned earlier that someone had mentioned that this isn't for the faint of heart. I don't think you're going to truly see a huge influx of people rushing to become beekeepers. This is, like someone mentioned, it's a very difficult and takes a lot of understanding to really do responsibly and successfully. And with 2 hives, it's not going to be a very successful business, that's for sure. So I do, City Council, urge a strong yes for this ordinance. Let us be leaders and part of the solution to a growing issue. The human and honeybee relationship is vital to a healthy community and future. Thank you for your time and consideration and opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers for item 4A.
Okay. At this time, we'll go back to the council member comments.
Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Yes, you may.
The last speaker who spoke mentioned, the difference between African bees and honeybees. So is there anything in this ordinance that limits the type of bees that can be put into beehives?
I don't think there's a specific definition, but I'll check with Ms. Santos or Mr. Hiddleman.
No, I don't believe there is a definition.
So,
Type of bee.
as it is written, there is no, they can, whoever applies for this ordinance can have any kind of bees.
It is my understanding that the European honeybee is the bee that is cultivated and grown, that Africanized, those are the invaders that try to come in, but that, as I speak with apiarists, it's the European honeybee that is used, that is queened, requeened, and washed, et cetera. So that's the objective of Responsible and all beekeepers that I have spoken with. And they do all they can to keep Africanized bees out and at bay.
I guess that's why I'm asking, because I think that would address some of the concerns. You know, if that is a concern, you know, with regard to the types of bees and which ones are domesticated, which ones are more aggressive with regard to the health issue. So,
What would be the
yeah.
difficulty of adding that to the page of amendments that just say,
We could definitely do, I know there are some ordinances that do have reference, but if you look on the definition section for honeybees, I'm sorry, bear with me here. Page 15, under definitions, there is a definition for beekeeping. For apiculture is a maintenance of bee colonies that consist of one queen bee and her colony, commonly in a man-made hive. A beekeeper or apiarist keeps bees in order to collect their honey and other products that the hive produces. A location where the bees are kept is an apiary or backyard. Also on page
Bottom of page 9.
On page 9, under subsection D, letter G, hives shall be requeened and replaced with the queen bee in the colony with a younger and more productive queen, at least every 2 years to prevent swarming. All queens are recommended to be marked on the thorax with the color corresponding with the queen's first year of production to quickly locate her age, that she's a queen, and her age, and to determine that the colony has gone through a requeening process. Documentation shall be submitted to the city for proof of requeening. Also, item A, each colony shall be registered with the Ventura County Agricultural Commissioner to be kept in compliance with state regulations.
Let me ask if staff knows if the term Africanized is a scientific term that could just be used, or do you need more definition? Because if it is, you could just add it to like D1D and just say, oh, bees may not be Africanized bees.
Yeah, we can add that.
And no one wants them anyway. So
that would be my suggestion.
So I would say 944-060 D1D, the bees may not be Africanized bees.
Yeah.
Just if you want to add that.
Ms. Pedrosa found something here.
So Africanized bees is actually a term. So there's a distinction between that and the honeybees. So we could definitely add that to the definition.
Oh, is that good with you folks? I think that would clean it up just a bit. Not that I can't imagine anybody wanting to raise Africanized bees, but
Page 15, under the definitions under beekeeping, you could add a sentence to the end of that definition saying excludes Africanized bees as an option.
If you did it in definitions, you'd want to say something like, bees do not include Africanized bees. Either approach would work.
Okay. Any other comments?
Mayor, yes, if I may make a comment,
Yes.
but I don't want to take anyone else's turn. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I do want to address the public comments by Mr. Rhodes. You know, with regard to the coffee business, you know, we live in Southern California, so I know we do not have the climate, unfortunately, to grow coffee plants here. But you know, in all the research that I've done with regards to bees, it's the pesticides that's killing them. I mean, time and time again, research has shown time and time again. And if we as a city really want to be a bee city and make sure that we protect the bees and the pollinators, I agree with you know, the idea from Ms. Jordan that we do need to protect our monarch butterflies because they are cross-pollinators. And I do thank all the Boy Scouts who have, and Girl Scouts that have planted milkweed all over the city. I see Councilwoman Litzer nodding her head because she knows they've done it too. But we do need to protect both the bees and the honeys by making sure that we ban pesticides. So I will be bringing that up as a 9B request. As to comments with regard to this, my concern is still with recouping the cost of you know, and not subsidizing, not making the taxpayers subsidize the cost of beekeeping. So for that reason, I will vote no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Litzner.
I wanted to thank the staff. Sorry, I didn't turn myself on. Apologize. I want to thank the staff for their thoughtful approach to this. I know this has been a long journey, much research, much evolution. I think that this is a very responsible approach that really has listened to all sides and ultimately provides a benefit to our community and really allows for the local bee enthusiast or to do so in a legal, safe manner. And I appreciate what you've done. It's interesting. I wanted to thank Mr. Losi for his comments. I had actually printed out his letter because I thought it was so articulate. I wanted to read a couple of his paragraphs, but he already shared it, and so I won't do that. But I think ultimately we shouldn't lose sight of the benefit to our food supply and to our communities by having responsible bees. And certainly they're here whether or not we have beehives. We all know that that's just part of the environment. I appreciate, and with regards to, thank you for finding a way to make this affordable for someone who's just really doing it as a hobby. To put it akin to someone who raises a few hens that lays eggs, I think it's very appropriate to have that in the same. And I want to put those who are concerned, I recognize that there are some who have allergies who have legitimate concerns. I think it's important to acknowledge that part of this is a notification is required. If someone does want to have if they qualify in every way and want to have a bee hive in their neighborhood, there will be notification of all the neighbors within a 100 square feet radius, if I'm not mistaken. And so there'll be an opportunity for comment from neighbors who can weigh in. Given the history that you've shared with Santa Monica, LA, et cetera, I anticipate it's going to be a very small number that will engage in this activity. But for those who have this passion, I think this is an important step. So I just want to say thank you, and I think it's an important thing to do as we are doing so responsibly.
You know, I know sometimes things go away with time, but if we look at our city seal, there's oranges on it. And the only way those oranges were there is because this area, including this very piece of property, was orange orchard at one time. And I, as a kid, would watch people like Mr. Loesch bring the farmers, the local orange growers, would pay to have those hives brought in on the properties. And they were really that far away from homes. And I'm sure people got stung occasionally, just like we probably do today, especially if you happen to step on a bee or grab one by accident. But it's kind of ironic that we would consider not moving forward with this when our very seal of the city has oranges on it, which is, in my opinion, very representative of the history here and of the beekeeping and the help that the bees gave the locals here for many, many years. So thanks for your work on this, too. Looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion. I move to introduce ordinance number 1322 with amendments, approving zone text amendment Z-S-754 to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code related to establishing regulations to allow beekeeping, apiculture, activities in single-family and open space zones, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'll second it.
And let me read in the amendment, if I may. 944060 D1D. Bees may not include capital Africanized bees. And then on the definition section, the term bees does not include Africanized bees.
We have a motion. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 4B, a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number WWD-283, a resolution of the Board of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And Joe Deacon is here for this presentation.
Good evening, members of the Waterworks Board. I'm here to present to you the draft 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. This is a plan we update every 5 years. The most recent one was 2015, which we adopted in 2016. So the state has fallen a little behind on the old schedule where they adopted it on the 5-year intervals. But this plan provides us an opportunity to review our supplies and predict and review our demands from the community, and to make sure that we have a plan for supplies that meet those demands, not only now, but in the future. And in order to do a very careful analysis of this, the district hired Kennedy Jenks Consultants to analyze this situation. And tonight we have a presentation from Don Taffler and others, perhaps from Kennedy Jenks Consultants, and I believe they're available online.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm Marina Magana. I'm with Kennedy Jenks Consultants, and I'm attending virtually here with my colleagues, Meredith Clement and Don Toppler. And we participated in developing the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And we're here today to discuss the findings and hold public hearing. So today we'll discuss the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan that are up for adoption, and how the district has met water use reduction targets. And we'll discuss a little bit more about the outlook for supply and demands into the next 25 years. And at the end, we can hold public comment and answer any questions that you may have. So the Urban Water Management Plan provides a general framework for long-term water resources planning. It's required to address about 20 years, but we span out here to 25 years until 2045. This plan is required for all urban water suppliers that supply either 3,000 acre feet a year of water or more, or serve 3,000 or more service connections. And the Urban Water Management Plan is important because it provides long-term planning to see the outlook of how supplies will meet future demands. And it's also important because it's required, the completion of it and the submittal which is July 1st of this year, is required for state grant and loan eligibility. And as Joe mentioned earlier, it's required every 5 years. So as part of this, the Urban Water Management Plan requires a detailed description of available supplies and looking at supply and demand reliability during different hydrological conditions, including a single dry year or multiple dry years. So I mentioned earlier about the 2020 water use reduction targets. So as a part of the Water Conservation Act 2009, it required a reduction in per capita water use of 20% by 2020. So part of the 2020 urban plan is to determine if urban water suppliers are in compliance with this 2020 target. So these calculations for the baseline water use were made in 2010 and 2015. As you can see here, the baseline water use between for 10 years between 1999 and 2008 was 244 gallons per capita per day. And the 2020 target that was calculated was 195 gallons per capita per day. And we calculated the 2020 actual water use, which was 168 gallons per capita per day. So this shows that the district has met the 2020 target and even exceeded it. And as I mentioned earlier, we are required to look at all available water supplies over the long term. So you can see here in 2020, imported water is the district's primary source of water. It accounts for over 99%. And groundwater and recycled water make up a very small portion of that. And in 2045, we projected with population increases that supplies will be available up to 28,352 acre feet. You'll see here that imported water is still a majority of the supply available. And here we have recycled water, which will remain similar to how it's been over time. And here we have groundwater. So the Tapo Canyon treatment plant has a capacity of 1 MGD. So we estimate that if it's necessary, approximately 1,100 acre feet of groundwater is available as a supply in the district's portfolio. And so looking at the supply and demand projections over time, this is the water supply reliability assessment that's required of the urban plan. We were required to look at over a 20-year period in 5-year increments, whether demand would be lower than supply. So here we show a normal year, a single dry year, and 5 consecutive dry years from 2020 to 2045. And we show here, based on our projections, that there will be a surplus of water available. So we think that the district has sufficient supply now and in the future to meet demands with imported water. And recycled water and groundwater will provide an additional buffer if necessary. According to Metropolitan Water District, they expect to be able to meet their forecasted demands for their retailers. So that includes Callegas Municipal Water District, which also expect to meet the forecasted purveyor demands too. And we can see here that Metropolitan Water District has defined 6 shortage stages and potential actions to meet all end-use demands for water. So as part of this plan here, they have 6 shortage stages. And in order to meet demands during those stages, they can use storage or transfers or purchases to be able to meet demands. It's only until, if and only, that they meet stage 6 that they would further impose allocations to their retailers. But at this time, according to Metropolitan Water District and Callegas, they do not foresee imposing any allocations in the future, unless it's a catastrophic supply interruption, such as an earthquake. So the water shortage contingency plan is also up for adoption today. The new requirement from the California Department of Water Resources is to outline in this plan procedures for conducting an annual supply and demand assessment. So starting in 2022, urban water suppliers are going to be required to take an annual look at the projected demands for the future year and look at the supplies available as well to determine if there will be a water shortage in the short term or not. So the water shortage contingency plan that we developed outlines potential actions to prepare for certain supply interruptions, power outages, or earthquakes. It outlines 6 water shortage stages and gives an estimated reduction from shortage response actions. The plan also identifies communication, enforcement, and financial actions from imposing these actions. And so the water shortage contingency plan is consistent with the City of Simi Valley's municipal code. So you'll see here that the California Water Code now requires 6 defined shortage stages. What we did in the water shortage contingency plan is we aligned the city's 4 water shortage levels that are currently in the municipal code with these 6 stages. And here we can see that there's a % supply reduction that is tied to each stage. And in the plan, we outline actions that the district can take to stretch supplies or modify any current operations or reduce customer demands. As part of the water shortage contingency plan and the urban water management plan, we're required to report on current demand management measures. And the district is currently working on water conservation programs and partnerships with wholesalers. Public education and outreach has enacted water waste ordinances and metering programs to account for supply reductions. And so these measures allow the district to meet compliance with the 2020 reduction targets that were mentioned earlier, and they form a basis for meeting future California water standards or legislation, such as the Making Water Conservation California Way of Life. So the district has done a great job implementing these programs and making sure that public outreach is out there in event of a water shortage. So the next steps are to consider adoption of the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. We provided an errata with several minor changes to be adopted as well. And if it is adopted, we will submit the plan to the Department of Water Resources, the California State Library. We will also submit it to the Planning Department and the county. So I'll open it up now to answer any questions or get any comments from you. Thank you.
Okay, questions of the consultant or staff? Elaine.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation and the information, very informative. In your estimation, should we be concerned that over 99% of our water is imported? Is that standard? Is there a rule of thumb or concern in your professional estimation?
I can also ask the consultant about their experience. I mean, in our county, there's a wide variation.
Sure.
There are, we are very similar to Thousand Oaks in terms of our reliance on imported water, whereas those in the northern and more western part of the county are much more groundwater dependent and or surface water dependent in the case of the Casitas service area. So there's all forms, even in Ventura County, there's a range. I don't know that there's a typical. I don't know that you can say what's typical.
That makes sense. And this report, I think, is very favorable, suggesting that we are in pretty good shape, given the estimation of, depending on you. First of all, it shows that our usage is, our citizens have been very responsible,
Right.
which is, I want to commend our citizens. I think that's so we're in good shape that way, and that even if we're at a stage that is more severe, we will have water. But that one little caveat that Marina mentioned, case there was a catastrophic earthquake, I think she mentioned that just quickly, which would maybe cut off our supply. I guess that's my fear.
Right, and every source has, has vulnerabilities. So part of our planning process is to identify the vulnerabilities and talk about what process we would go through in order to protect ourselves in the case of a catastrophe. But yeah, if we were cut off from imported water supplies for a year or two, it would be dire for this community. So
But we do have a reserve that we could last if there were until repairs are made, et
yes,
cetera. Okay.
and there is, and Cayugas keeps Lake Bard,
Right.
and they have multiple, source, and they keep groundwater storage, and they are invested in groundwater removal. So we are indirectly also tied to other resources other than the state water project. But
Okay.
yes,
And that probably leads to my last question. Just a last question. In the projections that were given for us, I think it was 2045, groundwater would increase from 100 to 1,100 cubic square feet, or however you measure that, I'm sorry. My question is, do we need to develop different infrastructure to accommodate that? Or what we have in place, that will just be allowed to happen?
yeah, what Marina described is they just took the mathematical maximization of what the current facilities could produce if we really tried to. However, there's some controls to that would actually not allow us to produce that quantity of water on a sustained basis year after year. That is not a sustainable production for us. But if we were faced with a single demand year that required us to maximize the use of that facility, that's how much we could create.
And we have the infrastructure that would allow access.
Their
to that.
infrastructure exists to
Okay.
do that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Appreciate it.
Any other questions of the consultant or staff?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're seeing when I'm clicking Q or not, so that's why I'm asking. Can you see it? Yes?
No.
Okay, just want to
That's
make
all
sure.
right.
No, I just want to make sure it was working. Yes, I have a couple questions. One of them is, when she quoted that the imported water accounts for 99% of water in 2020, and that groundwater is only 0.5% of the supply, is that just for the Simi Valley Water District? Does that include all these other districts, or what does that relate to specifically? The whole region?
That's Waterworks District Number 8.
Just us?
That's specific
Okay.
to your district.
Okay, because I know there has been concerns about water. And I will bring this up at 9B, and I know I brought it up before, because there's such a disparity in the cost between the water municipality provides and Golden State Water. And so I'll bring that up at 9B. But my other question is, with regard to storage, they talk about, the Metropolitan Water District talks about groundwater storage. Would that be here, or would that be somewhere else? I'm assuming not here in Simi Valley.
I think it's throughout their system. They have extensive water storage throughout Southern California, so it would be their entire system.
You talk about, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, I missed that. Yeah.
Isn't there a
City
big
manager is
reservoir?
correct.
Isn't there-
Metropolitan is invested in surface water and groundwater storage
Okay.
capabilities, and they keep water in both those.
Do they keep water in this aquifer? Do they do groundwater storage here in Simi Valley?
No.
Okay.
I'd like the floor, please. Okay. Isn't there a large emergency reservoir down in the Inland Empire that's specifically for catastrophic interruption of the line from Northern California?
And I'm sorry if I spoke over you, Mr. Mayor, but yes, and importantly, it's important to us right now. What happened with good rains the last couple of years, that's Diamond Valley Lake Reservoir. They have filled Diamond Valley Lake for the first time ever in its existence, even though the construction of it was completed 15 years ago or so. They were able, with this recent rain, to get it all the way full. And because of that, even though this county is in severe drought, worst precipitation on record for Ventura County this past winter, the state is stressed with a statewide drought because of storage, including Diamond Valley Lake. Metropolitan is saying they're seeing no immediate need to cut back, probably for 2 years, even if next year we're just as severe. So it's that type of investment in storage that Metropolitan has done that buffers us and their serviced areas in these times of drought.
And I know you've told us before in different discussions, the Bard Reservoir, does that provide us a bit of a safety net also? So if our,
A little.
Yeah.
There's not enough storage there to sustain Cayugas for any serious length of time. But there's enough to, every storage is good storage, so, yes. But Cayugas also invested in groundwater storage, again, not in Simi Valley, in the Las Posas Basin, and they keep even more water stored underground that they can use in times of a severe need.
okay, thank you, thank you.
Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Yes, you may.
And maybe you can answer this question, Mayor, I'm not sure. What impact, I know that firefighters often will get water from local lakes or, does that impact the water supply at all for all the wildfires that they're fighting, it seems like on a daily basis? I don't know who wants to answer that question, but I just wanted to know.
I'll go ahead and attempt, but I'm looking at Joe also, but I think while it certainly looks like a huge amount of water, it's only going out at somewhere in the 450 gallons at a time in each helicopter, which is really a small amount. Even if you look at our small lakes that they draw from, I don't think you can see that it actually went down after the fire. The brush fires probably don't take as much as we think in the way of water. Plus, I don't know which equipment now, we're close enough to the ocean that they may be able to pick up that water also. So, and that I'm not sure of, don't hold me to that because it's salt water and that could be extremely corrosive to the helicopters and what have you. But I think the bottom line is, as much water as we see put on the brush fires, it doesn't put really a big dent in our supply.
I'd say that's accurate, yes.
Okay, and does it impact the groundwater supply at all, or no? Because if they're taking out of lakes, that would impact the groundwater, right?
Yeah, I mean, the water is all connected in some way, but
Yeah.
again, it's not a significant, I mean, like, groundwater has much bigger stressors than fires.
Okay.
Yeah, you look at the balls they have on Van Norman to keep evaporation, believe it or not, is a huge
Yeah,
issue.
right.
Yeah. And I just had one more question, Mayor, if I may. I know that, in having driven up to Davis to visit my sister and visiting colleges with my son, I've seen lots of signs about farmers talking about this. So this is just a water supply for our residents, right? It doesn't include agricultural uses at all?
Just the small gentleman farms that are in our service area, there's a couple, there's a handful of several acre orchards that we service, but this doesn't, no, we do not serve any major agricultural customers. And you're correct, this is only Waterworks District 8 and, like I say, very small agricultural.
So just
community.
residential water uses?
Is generally.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Is there's no public comments? No public?
No public comments.
One other procedural note, we did issue a supplemental with some changes that are recommended, minor changes, some of which we did receive one public comment, and we did address some of the comments made by the public comment, and just things we noticed need to be changed.
Okay.
So the recommendation would actually change to recommendation number 2 on page 3, which is adopt with changes.
Which just adds those changes, correct? Okay.
Would you like me to make a motion, Mayor?
Sure.
I move to adopt the attached resolution adopting the 2020 Urban Waterworks Management Plan and 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan for Waterworks District Number 8 on file with the district secretary with changes as articulated in their errata.
Second?
Motion and second. I call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Joe, thank you so much. And to the consultant also, thank you. Great report. That helped. Makes it a lot easier.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5, public statements. This is the time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who register by 3:30 p.m. today will be called on to speak during the public statements item 5 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, if you have no further comments, we can begin the public statements.
No comments. We are ready for the first
We
speaker.
have 3 speakers.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, our first speaker is Gary Schwimmer. Mr. Schwimmer, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Schwimmer, can you hear me? You can unmute yourself.
Members, City Manager and Chief of Police. My name is Gary Schwimmer, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley since 1987. I'm speaking to you today to make you aware of an unsafe driving condition located on Royal Avenue in front of Dara Volunteer Park, the home of the Simi Valley Baseball League. The issue of concern is the unsafe speed that cars drive through the area, ranging from just west of Dara and Royal Avenue and west of Voyager Avenue and Royal Avenue. Since attending baseball games to watch my grandson learn to play, I have seen cars driving faster than 40 miles an hour on Royal, and unfortunately heard from my daughter that on Tuesday, May 11th, while she was crossing the street at the traffic light located right in front of the baseball park, 2 cars going east on Royal ran the standing red light. Fortunately for my daughter and grandkids, they were walking in the crosswalk, but on the westbound side opposite the park. So they were able to stop mid-street while the cars raced through the red light. I've never felt so close to losing half my family due to negligent drivers, knowing that this condition can be readily controlled. At any time, there may be up to 96 youths ranging from 4 to 15 years old actively playing baseball, and potentially that same number preparing to play after the current games or leaving after the completion of the games that were just prior. This means that potentially 288 youths are in this area at any one time. I noticed that the city has placed a speed monitoring device on the eastbound side of Royal by the ballpark, so I assume other people have complained about this dangerous situation. Since the amount of children present in this area at any time is almost equivalent to an elementary school, I'm asking that the city treat the area with a mandatory speed limit of 25 miles per hour when children are present, and in addition, place speed bumps on both the east and westbound portions of Royal Avenue at both ends of the park in order to reduce driving speeds. At a minimum, if the police could post a motorcycle officer near the traffic light during the 4 to 6 p.m. timeframe on weekdays and during the day on Saturdays, it could reduce the number of drivers speeding and missing traffic signals where there's a concentrated number of children. I'm asking that we be proactive in addressing this issue rather than react after a youth is struck by a car, resulting in horrific, life-changing events. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ed Abili. Mr. Abili, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Abili, can you unmute yourself? Mr. Abili appears to be unmuting himself, but we still cannot hear him, so
I'm trying. Can you hear me now?
we can.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. I think, as most of you know, I've lived here in Simi Valley for nearly half a century, and I'm a Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District Board of Director. I'm proud of the fact that during the past difficult year, we were able to keep our trails and parks and golf courses open. But I know because of burdensome state restrictions that it wasn't possible for that to happen throughout the community. So it's not lost on me that this is the last city council meeting before Memorial Day. And when I think about that, I think about the fact that neither we as elected officials, nor we as a community, nor our country as a nation has properly been honoring those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. We cannot continue to allow our state and our government to trample on our freedom. We have to protect that freedom, we have to fight for that freedom, and we have to preserve that freedom. There's a lot of steps that need to be taken, but I want to propose one tonight. I've mentioned it to our board. I've had people from the public approach me about it. I even believe that it's been discussed with city staff, but I really like us to try to put on a meaningful 4th of July fireworks show. It would be something that would help us protect our freedom and to celebrate our freedom. And more than anything else, it would be fun and something that the community desperately needs. With my remaining time, I also want to thank the council collectively and Mayor Mashburn, specifically you, for the leadership that's been demonstrated during the past year. It's been a difficult year. We all know about the pandemic. We all know about the fact that our community has virtually been shut down. And it's interesting, we're also approaching an anniversary where there were a number of types of protests going on, different constituencies. You had salon owners fighting for the small business person. You had an admirable groups of people fighting for social justice. And unlike many other communities, in our community, those protests were peaceful and they were dignified. And I credit you for that, Mayor, because to me, a leader is the right person in the right place at the right time. And your guidance and your wisdom and your level-headed approach has gotten us through this better than most cities across the country and with a brighter future than ever. So with that, as just one resident in a grateful community that overwhelmingly supports you, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Our last speaker this evening is Patricia Tennis. Ms. Tennis, you can unmute yourself.
You're on. You're on. Okay, so do the shift stars. Say, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, you can. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. My name is Patricia Tennis, and I have been a resident in Simi Valley for 12 years. And my request is that you would reconsider opening your City Council meetings with prayer. I believe divine guidance and wisdom is needed so much when you are making the critical decisions that we face in this city. So for such a time as this, I'm asking that you will reconsider having prayer prior to your City Council meetings. I hope you will seriously consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no further public comments.
Okay, it'll be, if the council has any comments back, I'll start with happy to announce that the city is working with Simi Valley Days Foundation, and the fireworks show will go on, obviously July 4th, at the Rancho Simi Park across the street from the train station on LA Avenue, known as the S-Turn Park. And as far as I know, we'll have to confirm, but the Park District is a joint venture in that display for our country. I'll ask the city manager, does he have any more information you can provide?
No, that's correct. We're working with the Simi Valley's Foundation. As far as we're concerned, it's we will have a 4th of July show in 2021.
Very good. Councilmember Lister.
Thank you. I'll be brief, and I'm delighted about the fireworks show as well. I wanted to respond to Mr. Gary Schwimmer. Having had a child play baseball at the very park he's talking about and been there for several years, what he speaks is of concern. And so I would certainly concur with a need to do something more. I know that we've discussed this or I believe it's been discussed in years past, but I would even be willing to make a 9B motion to discuss possibly investigating whether it could be deemed a school zone. It's obviously not a school, but it is a children, well, anyway, we could maybe, I'll bring it up then, just because I do think it is a concerning area. So maybe I'll save it for that at that time. And to Ms. Tennis's comments, I will say that we appreciated attending the National Day of Prayer and those who prayed on behalf of our city and our council members and our country, and certainly there's great strength in prayer. So thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Just a quick comment with regard to the same issue that Mr. Schwimmer brought up. My son also played at SVBL, and we had the same issue, and that was 10 years ago when he was a little guy playing in Little League. I would suggest that maybe we could do the large striping with the speed bumps and maybe flashing lights. It seems like we need something that calls more attention to pedestrians there. I don't know if we can, require all people to memorize when they're having practices 4 to 6 p.m. on weekdays and all day Saturdays. But it is definitely a safety concern there. And I think if we had the grid striping maybe in a couple of places to allow people to cross the street and have flashing lights there as people approach, I think that might be one of the solutions besides the speed bumps. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. And with regards to opening city council meetings with prayer, we have to follow the Constitution in terms of separation of church and state. Everyone is entitled to their freedom of religion in their homes. But we have to make sure that we honor the constitutionality and the separation of church and state here as a governmental entity. Thank you, Mayor.
May I just make one quick comment? Thank you.
Yes.
I also agree with both Councilmember Lister and Councilmember Luevanos. Dara Volunteer Park was not originally designed to be a baseball field. So when it was actually put in between the city and the park district, that thought process wasn't there. It was supposed to be a community park. Luckily, it has developed into something that's very well used, and I think it would be beneficial for us to look at various things as to what we can do there. I know we have done stuff in the past. We've already done some stuff, but maybe let's look and see what else we can do. I think I agree. Thank you.
I would like to suggest that we ask the city manager to have staff prepare a report, because if we do 9B and then we all sit up here and discuss it, none of us are experts, and the police chief doesn't want to be on another committee. So I think if that's one time I'm ready to say, let staff handle this.
We're more than happy to put together a staff report on it. As council's aware, we've taken many steps, including the pedestrian traffic signal. We've reduced the speed limit. We've reduced one lane of traffic. There may be some other options in terms of flashing lights and things of that nature, but speed humps are generally not going to be allowed because it is an arterial street, and the vehicle, I don't think the code will allow that to take place. And unless it is a school, I don't believe it would qualify for the 25-mile-an-hour zone, especially since the speed survey would not reflect that. So Nah, baseball doesn't count as school, so.
How about a couple of unused police cars, one on each side?
Well, that's always an option. We've got a few sitting in the parking lot. So,
That's why
I
I
mean,
suggested this drive
there are a
outside
few
in the parking
options, and what I may take advantage of is at least getting you the information via email, and then we can follow up with that.
Okay, next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar. And there are 3 resolutions for your consideration this evening under consent item 6. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Consent item 6, resolution number 2021-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley pursuant to the provisions of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, evidencing the council's intention to levy assessments for the 2021-22 fiscal year on those lots within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, describing the proposed improvements and ordering the engineer to prepare and file a report. Resolution number 2021-14, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving the engineer's report for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, and resolution number 2021-15, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley declaring its intention pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 to levy and collect assessments on those lots or parcels within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, describing the improvements and their location and fixing a time and place for and giving notice of public hearing by the City Council on the question of the levy of the proposed assessments for fiscal year 2021-22.
Okay, would anybody like any items pulled?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item, I'm sorry, it's the third one. Consent item number 3.
3?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could I move the other consent items to be passed per staff's recommendation?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that consent 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. An affirmative. In a second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, questions on consent 3?
I was just waiting for the gentleman to get settled here. So I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at the report page VI, report page 6, Roman numerals, where it talks about the financial policies with regard to the prolonged economic impacts of the pandemic. As we know, over 1,000 people in Simi Valley, 1,000 people in Ventura County have died from COVID, and there are many, many more that are still suffering health impacts from COVID. And one of those prolonged economic impacts of the pandemic that many economists have talked about is providing remote working conditions for those that have health issues. So I wanted to know if we can include in this, laptops to allow for laptops and hotspots, technology to allow for employees to work remotely who are having health issues directly caused by the pandemic.
So that would be a different topic. This is approval of the annual financial statements for the city. What you're referring to may be, well, one, it's a city policy, but it is also, could be related to the American Rescue Plan funds that have been received, well, that will be received by the city later this year. And we'll be bringing forth a proposed expenditure plan for those funds probably in the June, July timeframe. And at that point in time, that would probably be the appropriate time to discuss that.
Okay, yeah, because I was just looking at the major initiatives. The other one on the same page where it says recent and planned changes, where, it talks about the conducted service fee rate study that resulted ultimately in $3 million for enhancement of public services. And, I didn't vote for it, but council just approved, and that was to regain the, cost, the city cost to, actual implementation of policies And so I'm concerned, are we going to follow this with regard to recovery of actual costs so that we can continue to provide public services or not? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. We will follow that, and as city manager, I want to recover as much cost as we can. But I will point out that this document is through June 30 of 2020. So that's the time period that this document covers.
Okay,
So
but-
anything beyond July 1 is invisible to it at this time.
Well, I know, but the prolonged economic impact of the pandemic
Sure.
was what I was looking at, because even through June of 2020.
It didn't stop.
Yeah,
Yep.
so, okay, that was my only concern. And then, I'm sorry, one more question. Under the last bullet point for major initiatives, same page, talks about increasing the resiliency of city facilities to address public safety power shutoffs. Again, the ability to have internet access is something that I know I've talked about and I know you're working on, but I just want to make sure that that's on people's minds when we talk about that, making sure we have access to internet, because half the city shuts down, especially the school district, when we don't have access to that.
Certainly.
That's it.
Mayor, I just want you to know, I wrote in my comments, don't pull this item, but if given the opportunity, commend Joe Tony, Administrative Services Director for transparent, well-written report. So I just want you to know that was my notes here.
Let's see, I'm trying to think of an admonishment here, but I just can't come up with one.
I'm not good at taking compliments, so I'd gladly defer that to Marvin Lopez, acting deputy director, and his team. They pulled it together during a pandemic, which was quite impressive.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion for number 3.
Move to approve item number 3 on the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Motion and second for consent 3. Call for the vote.
Did you write my notes, Brian?
Revote?
Revote.
Revote again?
You caused this, Elaine.
I think I did. I am so sorry.
Okay.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under Agenda Item 7, Continued Business. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is Item 8A, Adoption of a Resolution Appointing an Acting City Attorney. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2021-16, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley appointing an acting city attorney, and City Manager Gabler is here for this presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. With sadness, we bid farewell to our City Attorney Lonnie Elwidge this evening at the end of this is last council meeting. In order to provide for continued legal representation of the city, it would be necessary for us to appoint necessary for the council to appoint an interim city attorney to serve beginning June 3 after Mr. Eldridge's departure. Based upon previous closed session discussion that has taken place, the council has made a decision on who that interim city attorney would be and an appropriate salary range.
I would just note, the council hasn't made a decision until this vote happens.
You beat me to it. However, that needs to be solidified in the vote this evening. The council did recommend appointment of Mr. David Caceres as the interim city attorney at a salary of $188,070 to be effective June 3. That concludes my report.
Okay, I've got instructions from our current city attorney to read a statement before the vote, before we call for the vote. So I'll do that because he still carries a big stick. Effective January 1, 2017, Government Code Section 54953C. Then how come all this red stuff's there? It's just for me to read.
Just read that one right there. Start from there.
Okay, he's still working, so I have to listen to him. We're gonna make this a lot simpler. In accordance with Government Code Section 3511-1, a summary of the acting city attorney's salary and benefits is reported as follows. What were those numbers you gave me?
188070.
88. Okay, the yearly salary for the temporary assignment of acting city attorney will be $188,070. Consistent with other management employees of the city of Simi Valley, the interim city attorney is eligible for health benefits, which include vision, dental, and comprehensive medical insurance. Other benefits include life, dependent life and disability insurance, as well as workers' compensation. Paid time off includes holidays, administrative leave, compulsory time off, and leave accruals on the same basis as other management employees. Further benefits include tuition reimbursements, PERS member retiree benefits, tax-deferred savings plans, and retiree medical insurance. These benefits are set forth in detail in resolution number 2020-46 and other existing resolutions and policies of the city. You know what it says now? Mr. Mayor, you may call for the vote.
Do I need to make the motion?
Yeah, you need a motion, and you want to specify that everywhere the reso says acting city attorney, it should read interim city attorney when they prepare the resolution.
Okay. Should we have Mr. Caceres at least walk up to the podium when we take this action? I think that would be appropriate. And after we vote, if it's what you like, you're welcome to say a few words.
Sure. Okay, it gives me great pleasure, too. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-16, appointing David Caceres as interim city attorney, effective June 3rd, 2021, and approving a salary of $188,070 and continued benefits in connection with said appointment.
I second.
And that the resolution should read interim everywhere that it reads acting.
Interim.
Thank you.
Let's just take his stick away. Okay. We will, we have a motion and a second. We'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, I just want to keep it really short, and I do want to thank the mayor and this honorable members of the city council for this opportunity. I think it shows a lot of faith in our office and in me, and I appreciate it. And I promise to hold down the fort until a final decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
One quick question. I was just kind of wondering, do you still have to drive home tonight?
I sure do.
Just checking.
55 miles. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, City Council Member Reports.
Okay, Councilmember Litster.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a summary of some of my activities the last 2 weeks. Tuesday, May the 4th, had the privilege of attending the Simi Valley Youth Council meeting. They really are a tremendous group of youth, and it will be, well, they just are tremendous. What they accomplish and what their vision and what they're willing to do, and always volunteering for extra, and just really, really exemplary. And I think that we will enjoy these wonderful swag items that they shared about vaping, and I'm going to go home and share it with share it with friends. On Wednesday, May the 5th, I joined several of you at the Callahan Station Housing Project. Exciting that 10 new homes are being built in District 3, single-story homes that are for purchase, and that I'm glad that this project is going forward. Also attended the Business Recovery Task Force. On Thursday, May 6th, I attended along with Councilmember Judge and Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh and the mayor the day of prayer, and I'm sure Councilmember Luevnos would have been there, but she was at school.
Yes.
But it was very, very appreciated. I very much appreciated those who came out to recognize our blessings and this wonderful city in which we live, and that divine guidance and help is truly what is needed at this time. And so I appreciate them praying for our city and praying for us, and then stepping aside and specifically praying for the work that we do here. And I was most appreciative of that. Also on Thursday, May 6th, I had the opportunity of visiting with our city manager. I always appreciate Mr. Gabler's time. And also attended the Oakmont Mix event held by the Chamber, where they were allowing tours and opportunity to look at this beautiful new retirement facility, Oakmont Manor, that has been built and is now open for occupation or taking applicants and will be open shortly. It really is a lovely jewel in our community, and I should mention the following week I attended a hard hat tour special gathering at Veronita, which is also a beautiful retirement facility. So we have two jewels that are opening up in our community that have opportunities for memory care as well as assisted living, and just beautiful facilities, one on Royal and one, of course, at the corner of Tapo Canyon and Cochrane. So just proud that we have those nice facilities coming online. Of course, it was Mother's Day. I hope everyone had a lovely Mother's Day, men and women. On Monday, May the 10th, I did attend the Council on Aging where with Councilmember Judge. Great things are happening there. They elected a representative for the VC AAA. I was also impressed that they also decided to appropriate $30,000 for new furnishings for the senior center, and I thought that that was very commendable that they took that out of their budget. Of course, I should mention I was at this week. I also visited the senior center. It's exciting to see what's being done there. New paint, new carpet. It's going to be a new place when that time comes for opening. I know that they are just getting things ready for when it is safe and appropriate to be reoccupied. And also I had the opportunity of visiting with Greg Seymour, who is the head chef, and tour the food operations, and it truly is amazing what they do there. And what I came away with is that it is a standard for the county, that they are looking to what Simi Valley is doing for recipes and for delivery system, and just really we have a jewel there. And so I want to just commend the whole staff and say thank you for that. Tuesday, May 11th, attended the Chamber Economic Development Committee meeting. On Thursday, May the 13th, on behalf of the city, I attended the Simi Valley Ed Foundation Teacher of the Month, which was at Sycamore Elementary, where we honored Tracy Garfinkel, who is a first, second grade split teacher, and it was just lovely to recognize our educators and that go the extra mile above and beyond. And then Saturday, I know with many of you joined in attending the beautiful memorial celebration for David and Peggy Sadler, who were founders and pillars in our community that literally served on the formation committees that brought the city to fruition. And what great patriots. You will not meet more loving, wonderful patriots. And in conclusion, I just wanted to thank our city attorney, Lonnie Eldridge. It has been really a delight sitting next to you on the podium. I will miss that. But I've appreciated the time he has taken to answer any question, to elaborate on any discussion that we might have. He was available at all hours and always willing to be a conduit so I could bounce crazy ideas off of him, and he would tell me if they were too crazy. But always willing to listen and offer legal counsel on ways that we can represent the city in a positive way moving forward. And just wanted him to know personally he will be missed, and wish him all the best. That I think San Diego was very fortunate to be getting you. So thank you. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. On Tuesday, May 4th, I was at the Youth Council meeting along with Councilwoman Lidster. We had a presentation from the Ronald Reagan Library Youth Leadership Program. It is a 1-week leadership program for high schoolers. I believe they're still taking applications, so if you're interested in doing something at the Ronald Reagan Library this summer, they're still taking applications. Do please apply. They already mentioned the Multicultural Festival, May 21st, the Talent Show, May 28th, and that if you are interested in joining the Simi Valley Youth Council, you can still apply until May 21st. It is open to junior high through high schoolers, middle school through high schoolers. So please submit your application if you're interested. On Thursday, May 6th, I attended the Clean Power Alliance meeting, and we approved our 13th renewable energy project. This is a geothermal project. I'm very, very excited. This is called the Heber South Project, and it's located in a low-income community, so we're really excited that we are going towards, getting towards meeting our goals for renewable energy in alignment with the California state law, and also making sure that we are providing support and income to low-income communities. So that's really exciting. And we also demonstrated our commitment to continue to support care funding for low-income customers. In case you haven't noticed, there is a huge shift in energy costs. The freeze that would happen in Texas, the hacking of the gas lines, there's a lot of flux right now with energy costs. We have stated as a board of directors that we are committed to make sure that we continue to provide support for low-income customers until those rates get stabilized. On Tuesday, May 11th, Councilmember Kavanaugh and I conducted the Arts Commission interviews via Zoom. We had a really great time. There were a lot of great candidates. Those of you who did not get appointed, really, we wanted to appoint more of you, but it just wasn't possible. And Philip as well also helped us with the interviews. But it was fun to get to hear everyone's perspectives on the Cultural Arts Commission. So we look forward to appointing those individuals. On Wednesday, May 12th, on Thursday, May 13th, I attended the Task Force on Homelessness meeting along with Councilmember Judge. And we basically looked at, the programs that have been in place, like Project Room Key, permanent placement for housing, and the success of those programs. And unfortunately, we're like a victim of our own success because those programs were so wonderful that it really helped transition a lot of people who were homeless, some of them even to permanent housing. And that was a great thing, but we are definitely taking a look at what is the possibility of maybe an increase in homelessness when the moratorium on evictions ends. And we're expecting that surge probably in the beginning of July, because the moratorium on evictions will end at the end of June. So we're just going to keep an eye on that and ask our county partners to assist us with that. And then there's a lot of funding that's coming down the pipeline through the American Rescue Plan and through the COVID relief funds and from the state in terms of addressing homelessness and providing permanent supportive housing specifically for those issues. I was glad to hear DA Nazarenko talk about the mental health unit, because I think we can collaborate with the Ventura County DAs to make sure that we provide that permanent supportive housing for our homeless population that needs the support. So I'm really excited about working with him at the county level and then channeling the funding that we're going to get specifically for that purpose. I think it's really going to serve the needs of our community. On the same day, right after that meeting, I went to the Ventura Council of Governments board meeting. We voted to change the start time to 4 p.m. because we usually meet in the Camarillo City Council chambers, and there's another committee that moved their time up, and so we had to change our time. We're still meeting via Zoom, but we know that eventually we're going to go back to meet face-to-face, and so we're trying to adjust for that time. We had a presentation on the pandemic impact on our homeless population, which actually a lot of overlap with some of the same people that were at the Task Force on Homelessness, were at the VCOG meeting, again, addressing those issues and talking about Project Room Key, maybe extending that program because it was so successful in helping transition people who are homeless. So in case you don't know what that program is, it was basically giving hotel vouchers so that people could stay in hotels, and then they could transition and place them in permanent housing. And a lot of times that was all that was really needed, that support to get them into permanent housing. And so we definitely talked about the same issues, a lot of the same people. Tara Caruth was there, who does a phenomenal job every week for the past year, has given us the update on homelessness and the impact on our homeless population, so that's wonderful. We also had reports from, again, overlap, from Dr. Molly George from Cal Lutheran University on the Family Justice Center, and looking for feedback and impact on the statistics and the data, and how they can better serve the cities of Ventura County. So look forward to working with Dr. Molly George from CLU and with DA Nazarenko on making sure that people in Simi Valley also have access to that Family Justice Center services. And I just wanted to bring up that there is an event in honor of the resolution that we passed as a city for Asian American Pacific Islander Month. There's an event supporting solidarity with the Asian American Pacific Islander community on Sunday, May 23rd at 5 p.m. on Topol and Alamo. And I highly encourage you to attend. It's sponsored by a number of people, including the Conejo Valley Chinese Cultural Association, Simi Code Red, Buen Vecino, CARE, RISE, We Belong 805. So if you'd like to show solidarity with the Asian American Pacific Islander community, I invite you all to attend. And that is my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Wednesday, May 5th, I too attended the Callahan Station Housing Project groundbreaking. Very happy to see those houses being built. On Thursday, May 6th, I too attended the Day of Prayer along with almost everybody else. On Thursday, May 6th, also prior to the Day of Prayer meeting, I was at the SCAG Regional Council meeting, which was the annual SCAG meeting, which we would have all been in Palm Desert to attend had it not been for COVID. So at this meeting, they installed their new officers for next year, and that was about it. So that was all done virtually. On Friday, May 7th, I virtually attended the VCTC meeting. Nothing too much to report back out of that. We did pass a balanced budget for the committee. On Monday, May 10th, I attended the Council on Aging virtually, and I can't really add too much to what Councilmember Lister said about it. They're doing a great job over there, and I am very glad that they broke out some money from their funds to buy the new furniture. It's going to make that place look a lot better. Thursday, May 13th, I too attended the Task Force on Homelessness with Councilmember Luevanos. She covered that pretty well too, so I'm not going to go over that too much. Saturday, May 15th, I too was at the memorial for Dave and Peggy Sadler. And yes, you can't say too much about Dave and Peggy. They were pillars of this community, and they're going to be very sorely missed. And I wish the best to their family. That's my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dee Dee Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Wednesday, May 5th, I had the EDC Executive Board meeting. We went over quite a few things that are going to be happening. I'll share those after we have our regular board meeting. Have to wait till some of the action and approvals have been done. But they're going to be having more programs and more things available to our communities. On Thursday, May 6th, I also attended the Day of Prayer, and I did want to just give a shout out to Becky Roberts, who is with, she's our regional representative for the California National Day of Prayer, for reaching out to us and organizing it. And this was the third year I was able to do it with her. So I just wanted to give her a big thank you. On Monday, May 10th, I had the honor of attending a goodbye for teacher Meryl Lorenz at Vista Elementary. She's going to be moving out of state, and it was very nice to recognize her in her 17 years, I believe it is, at the Simi Valley Unified School District. It was a very nice turnout. On Tuesday, May 11th, I did the interviews with Councilmember Luevanos. She's very correct in that every single applicant was great. It was very, very difficult to make a decision. So those of you that weren't selected this time, try again. On Thursday, May 13th, I had my VCAS, the Ventura County Animal Services meeting. There's a little bit of news in that, we're looking for, we need to build a new animal shelter. Currently, it's on property at the Camarillo Airport. We don't own that property. It's part of the airport's future design. So we're not going to be able to rebuild there. So we're going to be looking for 4 to 6 acres, anywhere they want it centrally located, because I was really ready to offer some property up here. But they want it, they're going to be looking in the Camarillo Oxnard area, 4 to 6 acres. So we've held off on the architectural drawings. I know city manager's going money, 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 and I said, I know. But so we had to stop even looking for an architect because we have to find the property first for us to move. There is no set open date for Simi Valley. There was a tentative one. I don't want to give the date because it could change. So as soon as I hear a definitive date, I'll make sure I share it with everybody. But they are doing a great job out there. If you go online, you can see their hours. They have on-site adoptions again, and it's really, they're doing a great job. And on Saturday, May 15th, I also attended the memorial service for David and Peggy Sadler. It was a beautiful turnout, beautiful day at Stonebridge Community Church. They did a wonderful job. They let us know we were their first memorial since COVID started. So they really went all out to try and do a wonderful job. I just want to give a shout out. Coffee with a Cop at Get Hooked, 7 to 10 a.m. on Tuesday, 5/18, the 18th. Oh, it's tomorrow morning already. And any funds collected is going to support NAMI national. So that's a very important thing. And final, I also want to really give my thanks to City Attorney Lonnie Eldridge. You're going to be missed. I know this is an opportunity of a lifetime for you, and you're going to follow in your mom's footsteps. Make me cry. So congratulations.
Thank you, Dee Dee.
That's my report.
Thank you. I'll begin my report with just a mention of an unfortunate situation that occurred. And thanks to our district attorney being here, I think the proper term is the potential incident of a hate incident. I can't go into detail because I think the folks involved did the right thing. My understanding is they went to the police department and reported that, and I can only assume that it's under investigation, so I'm not going to give any details other than it was inappropriate words towards a group that is a protected group, and deservedly so, and didn't deserve the comments in any way, shape, or form. And I look forward to our police department to continue the investigation. And I want to say that this council, I don't have to look around at anybody. I know that we all stand for, if there's any of this that takes place, it's too much. And to go to the police, please go to the police. Don't hold this in. Go to the police, because even if it turns out they can't do anything this time, that they'll have the person's name, information, and it may help in a future investigation to put a stop to this kind of nonsense. With that, let's move on to, well, I started to say positive things, and I was going to talk about Lonnie. and Lonnie leaving is not good, but I'm so afraid of Lonnie because he's so strict on the Brown Act and what have you, that this whole meeting, I have two. I've got it here written to where I could read it. I've got it here in hand, and then we figured out it's not on the agenda, and that's against the Brown Act, and so
You
therefore...
could call a recess.
There you go, a 3-minute recess.
But anyway, here's a little token of our appreciation.
That's really pretty.
And it's been a good, 5 years?
7.
7?
7 years,
How
Mr.
time
Mayor.
flies, yeah. And we wish you nothing but luck as you move on to your next assignment. And I suggest don't take that stick with you. Just leave it here, because they may hit back where you're going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all the city council. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to miss this town more than you know. I just bought a house in October, so the timing isn't really great for this, but thank you again, the support that you've shown, especially all of you, but you and Councilmember Judge hired me originally, and I've never forgotten that, but everyone else as they've come on board has welcomed me, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's a wonderful job, and you've made it a wonderful place to work, so thank you.
And like you say, like Dee Dee said, follow in your mom's footsteps. I think she probably did a great job. So good luck.
For those that don't know, my mother's first job out of law school was as a deputy county counsel in the county of San Diego. And when I got this job, she said, this wonderful job, but if someday you could be county counsel of San Diego, that'd be a wonderful job. And somehow that happened.
Okay, moving right along. Thank you, Lonnie. Let's see here, where am I? On Wednesday, May 5th, I too attended the groundbreaking for the Callahan Station Housing Project, which I think is a great thing, and looking forward to those homes being built. It was a nice groundbreaking too. They really did a good job, so appreciate that. Also on Thursday, May 6th, I was one of them that attended the day of prayer right out at our flagpole out here, and boy, talk about appreciation when people come up, put their hand on your shoulder and pray for you. There's some meaning there, and so that's very much appreciated. Sunday, May 9th, happy Mother's Day to all moms and grandmoms. And Monday, May 10th, that was kind of a interesting day for me because I was able to go to my daughter's school where it was her last day, and she's leaving the district and going out of state. And I want to thank the police chief and Dee Dee Kavanaugh for coming out and sending her off. We haven't gotten rid of her quite yet. She's at my house, so that's coming next. But at any rate, it was kind of neat because that was the school she went to, and there she was a teacher there, so that's pretty good. May 11th, I attended the Economic Development Committee, and that was in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce, and I think we're making good strides there. May 13th, went to White Oak Elementary for the virtual career fair, and amazing the questions you get from elementary school students. And I mean, like I said earlier, this city, this state is going to be okay. If you see these children that are coming up, it's amazing the brain power that's coming forward. That afternoon, went to the Park Lane Owners Association Plan Development Zoom appointment meeting. And that's the group that is over near the development that's at the corner of Alamo and Tapo. And I saw some good signs that the association is working with the developer, and it seems to me like they're getting along and they're making some progress and ironing out some of the wrinkles that they have. So that's very positive. May 14th, I attended, again, Zoom, the Youth Summit Committee. That was with our Youth Council. And once again, spectacular group of individuals, and it was great talking with them. May 15th, I too attended the memorial celebration for David and Peggy Sadler. And rather than echo what everybody else said, it's pretty impressive when you have a former and a current congressman show up to your memorial service to celebrate your life here in Simi Valley. And with that, that's it for me.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, may I cover one more thing I forgot, or I'm going to really be remiss as a mom?
Okay, we'll just have to ask the city attorney of his last call at a meeting here. Is that okay?
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, you may make that comment.
I missed one of the things on my calendar. On Saturday, May 8th, the Simi Valley PTA, PTSA had a drive-through recognition for their honorary service awards at Santa Susana High School. And I got to go because my daughter received one of the HSAs. So it was really nice. They had it arranged. And so I just wanted to congratulate all the winners of the honorary service awards for our school district. So thank you.
Very good. All right. Now we're at 9B, call for any future agenda items. Hearing none, we'll move.
Mayor, I have a couple requests. Oh, you're not getting off that easy. Okay, my first request is, and I had said I was going to bring this up is to, in order to be more effective in protecting bees and monarch butterflies and other pollinators, I request to discuss the complete ban of pesticides and insecticides with neonics. Those are the pesticides and insecticides that specifically harm bees and monarch butterflies. Neonics, Neonics.
I'm asking if you know, didn't they, in Simi Valley, didn't we eliminate the sale of, but I don't know if it's the chemical you're talking. No, it was some insecticide.
Rodenticides also. We'd have to check.
Well, and the Park District has gone to, they do have some new, not pesticides that they're using.
Yeah,
So they might be,
I know as a city, we don't use it because we've gone out on calls for beehives and things like that, and we use it's a foam type of material that tends to, so I know we don't use it, but I don't know in terms of sale to the public. So we can take a look at
Okay,
that.
thank you. The second request I have is, since we were talking about water, this is actually a follow-up to a request that we had with regard to buying out Golden State Water. I know that we have some funding that's coming into the city. I would like for all of our residents to have equitable water rates. And so I would like that to be a consideration when we get the funding that's going to come down the pipeline. I think that's a wise investment, is to make sure that all of our residents have equitable water rates.
So,
So it's supposed to be for the agenda, and then would need a second for this particular category.
right. And that's a difficult one based on, we don't control the entire city, water-wise.
Yeah, and I don't want to second that because it's such a huge, request, but I do think it would be interesting to find out just maybe a report or information about the cost, or maybe what when you say inequitable rates, what that looks like. The problem is, of course, is that there's the whole distribution system. It's not, they service so much more than just our city. So, but all of those are, anyway, maybe it could be in
Well,
some
it's a
kind of
follow-up
report.
because it had already been requested and seconded in a previous meeting, so it's just a follow-up. So my second official 9B request is I would like demographic data by census tracts to be provided on the COVID business grants and rental assistance given out by the city to ensure that there's equitable distribution of funds reflective of community demographics of business owners and renters in the city. That's just a data request.
Is that fulfillable without a?
Whether that's a report or a presentation.
Yeah,
or an email.
we can provide that information to the council boxes yes, we'll provide that to council boxes.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll also look up the previous request about water with the second. Okay,
Yes, we will.
okay. Okay, any other?
And just, I didn't get to make my comments about Lonnie, but I want to thank you as well. You have been professional, nonpartisan, and available at any time, and extremely flexible. And as a working mother, I want to thank you for that, because there's been times when I had to change meetings at the last minute, and you've always been available, always been professional. You were first on hand to make sure that everyone in your department had the PPE when the pandemic hit. And I really appreciate your care and compassion for your coworkers and employees, and for just being an amazing professional. So we're going to miss you, Lonnie, and thank you for all you've done for our city.
Thank you, and I was counting to see how long on 9B I would let it go, but since it was about me, I guess I...
He was watching his clock.
I didn't bring my phone for the stopwatch. Okay, we're ready to adjourn, and unfortunately tonight we go back to our old ways of doing business, where we have a number of folks to adjourn in memory of. First off is, it's just amazing, the police is getting clobbered in this country. It's devastating. But San Luis Obispo Detective Luca Benedetti was killed in the line of duty, and Stockton Police Officer Jimmy N. And the loss of Lucille Lou Cassell, Kelly Cassell's mother-in-law. Sergeant First Class Donald Keith Strickland, former Simi PD. I don't know, was he an officer or an employee?
I think it was an employee in property, is that right? Yep.
Okay, good. And I think the father of Tony Strickland. And Irene Allen, board member of the Friends of the Library, who obviously always do a great job over there. So there will be letters sent to each of them, each department from the council of condolences with a certificate. So with that, tonight's meeting is adjourned.